Fuck, I didn't get my dice out again.
Alan! God damn it.
Oh,
Hold on.
oh, there we go.
Let me get my dice out.
I thought this is how we're streaming today. Super close-up edition.
Yeah, you asked for it on Patreon, and you got it.
Yeah.
This is what your $4 gets you. An up-close look at Alan and mine pores.
What's up,
Alan
good
and mine pores.
Mine
Mine
pores.
pores.
Mine pores.
This is like vlogging, you know? Handheld style.
But worse.
Oh, hi.
Say bye. It is.
It is Monday, my dudes.
I think has anybody else said anything?
You need to reset it. That's unfortunate.
Oh yeah, I don't think I hear Logan.
Whoopsie.
Maybe,
I can't test right now. I'm getting an ad for Taco Bell.
Alright.
Apparently nacho fries are back.
Ooh.
They are.
Call me when potatoes are
Logan,
back.
keep talking.
yeah, we still can't hear you.
Technical difficulties. This is Rachel's fault somehow.
It's probably Rachel's fault because of the time. You know, it was all because of time.
Logan, I'll just say everything you say. How about that?
I was literally
Oh,
about
yeah.
to say that. That's
Let's
such
go
a
through
good
our
idea.
announcements. Xavier, what do you have any streams coming up?
Oh, I'll just threw it right through me, huh? Okay. Hey, everybody. I'm Xavier. I have a channel called Xylo Plays, and I stream every Tuesday and Thursday, and sometimes on the weekends. My next stream that's coming up is going to be Kingdom Hearts. We are very, very close to the end. We're like in Hollow Bastion. We're about to beat up some people in that one, so that one's good. Then I have Devil May Cry 5 that we're going to play next. So depending on how long it's going to take, we may get to Devil May Cry 5 this week. So tune in to see that. It's going to be a lot of fun.
And Xavier,
Alan, do you
what
have a
is a stream?
What is a stream? It could be anything you want it to be, really.
It could
Well,
just
on
be
that-
Alan watching somebody else's stream.
Yes, that is actually the next point. Actually, Alan, considering what is a stream is a good question about your streams. What are you planning on doing soon?
I'm planning on eventually streaming again once I'm a little bit less busy.
Understandable.
So far, I've just been swamped with my internship, which has been fantastic, but
Don't dox
not a lot
yourself,
of
Alan.
time. Huh?
Don't dox yourself. Don't say what it is.
I'm the personal assistant of what's his name? Jack Bezos, and
Redacted.
I buy him cheese. That's part of my internship.
He doesn't work there anymore, Alan. He stepped down.
I was
Yeah,
like,
I'm
did
his
you say
personal
Jack
assistant.
Bezos.
Jack
Oh my
Bezos.
god. Can people hear me now? It looks like people can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. I literally had to delete my microphone and recreate it. That was dumb. Ian.
Next time, you
Bezos
you should
is
give us a
left
list of your
little
announcements, sir,
brother.
just in case this happens. We can help.
I
you.
know. I
Oh.
really should have. Yes, Travis, were you going to continue with the announcements?
Yes, I was actually.
Go for it.
Austin, do you have any streams coming up?
Stop.
No. I am too busy to do that right now.
And does anybody else stream right now?
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, subscribe to my channel for more
Maybe
Bezos
someday.
lore.
I don't.
Go to my channel for some more Bezos roleplay.
God.
Where
Logan,
Jack
what are the real
Bezos
announcements?
Fights off Elias Monk.
Well, the real announcements, Jacob. Shadow of Driftchapel was awesome. Thanks to the Arcane Archives and all of my wonderful supporters who came out to help. Like I said, blasted through my subscriber points goals within the night. And so now, right now, you should have a new creamer emote. He's a sad creamer holding a cup of coffee and crying. And once it gets approved, we, on a whim, it was a dumb joke that was made and I fell in love with it. You're going to get a new text emote that says Bobby needs a win once it gets approved.
It's incredible. Look forward to that.
It's going to be awesome. I was hoping he'll get approved by today, but didn't get it made in time. So that's something amazing to look forward to next time we stream.
Bobby
Can
needs.
spam Bobby needs a win. Something announced on Friday, but for Sharn Nights viewers, there are like 2 or 3 new ting rewards for you. One of them is a ting reward dump. That's 10,000 tings. That's just pay Oleg, and you can read the funny text that comes along with it.
I thought it said play old.
No, it's pay Oleg.
And every time you pay Oleg, we give Travis a single penny IRL.
IRL.
Oh, then I need a single penny, please.
It's on
yeah,
its way.
sure.
I shipped it to you.
We also have the dun 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 reward where if you spend 15,000 tings, we'll have a terrible soap opera twist that happens in the game.
Oh,
I'll
well,
literally do a spit take.
I just redeemed that as well. So,
Um,
Damn it, Dre.
Alan
We haven't
has his
started yet.
bed right nearby so he can do a feint on it. All right, Travis. You
that was
asked
all
for
my
this.
kings, by the way. So,
That was all your tings. Hope it was worth it. I'm sure it will be. Finally, on my Patreon this week is Wizard Week. We're doing some cool wizard items and feats and special things. That'll be lots of fun.
Wizard Week.
Wizard Week. And then finally, we have a new goal now that we blasted through all the subscriber goals, and it's a follower goal. I'm 96 followers, easy goal. 100 followers. It's right there. It's within arm's reach. So invite some friends and get them to follow. I think that's all the announcements. Does anyone want to do the recap from what happened last week?
Let me look for my notes here.
We went to the City of the Dead to investigate our current case and look at the body that we're supposed to confirm if it is indeed dead or not. On the way there, we got up to some shenanigans. Bob intimidated or persuaded some Boromar clan goons to not rob a shifter. I gave him a job at the clinic. His name is Fang. I remember that.
He's turning his life around.
He's trying to earn money to help his kids. After that, we ran into some kids from Moorgrave University getting real high at the graves, and we Roman and I scared the bejeebus out of them and stole their drugs. That I believe Roman gave some to me that can be used as a sedative, which is good. And then we finally got to the crypt we were looking for. Dr. Zero Jr. stood guard outside for us as we went in to investigate. We found the body, and it was indeed dead, and not in any state of suspended animation with like feigned death or whatever the spell is. And we were opening the other coffin that was in the room, and right as I was opening it to confirm it was the priest that did the last rites on this body, the person's parents showed up. People turned into gaseous forms, turned invisible. Some of us stood there holding the bag, so to speak, with Bob taking up a position with a tentacle bunker created by Roman to defend ourselves as need be, and that is where we left off.
Yep. So, as you hear the voice ring out in this small crypt, what is the meaning of this? And everything slows down, and we take a moment to regather. You can hear the heartbeat very slowly in the background as time has slowed down. So, we have in this crypt, which is about 20 feet by 20 feet square, at the back side, opposite of the door, that's where Elison's coffin is, and then in sort of an alcove in the western wall, or no, northern wall, there is the wooden coffin that contains the young priest's body. Alexander turned invisible, disappeared. Morel, you turned into a fog cloud or gaseous form.
Gassy form.
Yes, I did.
Okay. So, earthy smelling fog fills up an area of the room, kind of floats around close to the floor. Zero glugged a shot of an invisibility potion, turning invisible himself. Bob ducked behind the stone coffin and braced his revolver on top. And Roman slid down next to him and created a stone bunker around the both of them. So, Bob, you essentially have 3/4 cover. You're not necessarily hidden by any means because you're in a very obvious stone bunker at the backside of the room, but you and Roman both have some cover. And you see the elven forms of Elison's parents standing at the doorway. Let me get us transitioned over.
That's awesome. A small price to pay for me being forced to look at my words show up in text. No, of course not.
All right, Logan, I don't think they can hear you again. 1 second.
How many words does this thing know? Ooga booga. Oh, it knows ooga booga.
Also, Travis, apparently.
Oh, that's because I'm muted.
Oh, okay, that's different.
Waka waka.
I like to test out my accent when my mic is muted, because I often slip into a very different accent halfway through a sentence.
Oh no, dude, I do that all the time. Bob's Springbriar.
I just go like, oh, a cup of tea. Full of wool.
Pogchamp.
Pog champ.
And there's Pogchamp. Cool. That's important. It's an important word. Oh, Austin, you started Gurren Lagann. Talk to me about that.
I mean, I'm only like 7 episodes in.
It's so interesting. I think the second half really like. I think the whole thing is really good, but
Second half is different though.
it is very different. The whole thing is like a nice little parfait. It has layers.
I used to have that whole like the first time the gunman crashes through the ceiling. I used to have that whole speech memorized.
Okay, should be fixed now.
Okay.
So, in the crypt, time slows down as they all enter. If I could get, yeah, all of you. If all of you will make let's say an insight check. Everyone make an insight check for me.
Oh boy.
Ooh, that's good.
I've got 18.
Let's see. Dirty 20.
Sweet.
A 21.
Awesome.
15.
Oh, 15. And Dr. Zero.
I got it to 12.
Okay. Not bad. It never fails that when Xavier hits with the Dr. Zero voice, we all just kind of start chuckling.
Bandicoot.
I think I figured it. It's Dr. Neocortex, but there's a little bit of Maximilian Pegasus in there, and I fucking loved it.
That's a good
Noogie boy.
So,
Alrighty.
really all of you are able to pick on a few details of them. First and foremost, they are here in the middle of the night just like you are. So it strikes you first as just a bit odd of why did they come here?
Never should have come here.
Never should have come here. Second, they look like they haven't slept very much and have not taken care of themselves, even though they are wearing their normal Skyway garb and still looking nice. You can see a bit of bags under their eyes, a little frizzing to the hair, a stain here and there on their clothes, so they seem to be a little more haggard than they normally would be. Really, the only thing, like, of course, they see the bit of fog just kind of floating on the ground of Morel. They see Julian standing there next to the coffin, just all perked up, and then they see this weird stone dome at the back of the room with a glint of metal shining from it. And
a tentacle.
And a tentacle, that's right.
Yes, Alan. And a tentacle.
Oh my god.
You horrible, horrible fish man.
So, they kind of freeze, and who had a 20 or higher, if you want to hold up a thing? Bob, from your little sniper's nest.
Short boys.
Yep.
And Julian, what catches you off guard the most is it's like mid-spring, even though it is a bit chillier outside. It's still 60 degrees or so. It's not cold by any means. You notice that the father, who is this sort of stern, stoic-looking man, his eyes kind of deep set, and kind of pale, washed-out skin, dried lips. First, you notice that he's wearing gloves, or Bob and Julian, you notice he's wearing gloves. But then whenever he holds out his hands to gesture, whenever he's saying, what is the meaning of this? He's only wearing one glove on his left hand.
A Michael Jackson fan.
You pick that up, yeah. He goes into the room.
Fuck.
That's the.
It was like I made the joke, and that still got me.
That's the soap
God
opera
damn it.
twist. It's Michael Jackson.
Oh.
So, and he looks at you, Julian, and then scans across the room and clearly seeing that things are amiss in here. And then turns back to you. What is going on? Is that the face you make?
Yeah, I'm just like,
You knew you were gonna be the talks person here.
yeah,
I don't know what
no, I was telling Travis, I was like, I don't have a plan. I thought about it all week, and I didn't come up with anything. So I'm just gonna lie. We're just here, doing some, like some extra last rites for different crypts, just going around, some good Samaritans. We were just a little spooked. Don't mind the gun and the ground shelter, and especially the tentacle. Nothing is is amiss here. I am a doctor. How are you?
Did you say extra last rites?
he did say those words. Yeah,
Super last rites. The lastest.
I'm doing my best.
The last.
I make the
I got my
tentacle,
baby baptized twice.
I make the
Listen.
tentacle wave in a peaceful manner.
Oh
Yeah,
my god. It's just-
I'm doing.
Austin,
I
I
am
thought about
doing-
your love of like Destiny guns and like weaponry and things, and like converting them to like D&D weapons. But instead of like the last rites as a weapon, it's just the lastest rites.
The extra last
The
right.
extra-
It's like there are two hand cannons in the first game. One's called the Devil You Know, and the other one's called the Devil You Don't. And I'm just like, yeah. And then I forgot. Never mind.
Sweet. So
I'll put my gun away at this point.
slips away, and so now it's just
I
Roman and
say
Bob
that-
hooking up.
I say that, and I look at Bob and Roman like a horrible lie that I just did, and I'm like,
Okay, if you catch Bob's eye, you see it kind of like flashes of working through, and he just looks at you just like a reassuring look, like I got this. I'm
Yeah.
gonna wait for the guy to react before I do my thing.
Julian, make a deception check at disadvantage.
I knew that was coming. Oh, okay. Yeah.
To help him, can I use mold earth to change the bunker into a smiley face?
In what way would that help him?
To make light of the situation.
Yeah, so you
We're
have
in
like,
a tomb.
you have this like bunker-esque window across the front of it. It curls up, and two rocks up here just kind of fall out to create the little eye hole. So Jacob.
Does that help?
Nope. Jacob, what was the roll?
10. I tried, you know.
He keeps he and his wife both, and she has a similar kind of deep set tired look. They both keep glancing over at the stone bunker, and the tentacle crunch up into a smiley face, turns back, and she kind of steps forward and says, I mean, we really appreciate your work, everything that you're doing, but we're just here to it's you know, she was our only daughter, and we wanted to come by if we couldn't sleep, and so we got dressed the best we could and come down and just see if we can talk to her, try and just put our minds at ease. And...
Do I believe her?
Make an insight check.
I love it when that happens.
Do I believe?
That's a 24.
24. Let me see if you believe her.
Logan's like, is she being truthful? Google.
Hey Google, is she? No. Weirdly, she is being truthful, saying that they wanted to come speak with her daughter, to like try and have like a talk about their day kind of thing to see if that'll help ease their minds or anything. But there's still something not right. There's still something she's not telling you.
I'm very sorry to hear about your daughter's passing. Who's this then? As I point to the other open coffin that I definitely didn't open.
Oh my god. Oh, I love it.
You can't just ask people
I'm
who
just
their relatives are.
I'm just a little halfling boy. I don't know nothing about robbing no graves.
If
We're just little baby boys. Just me and my baby Bob over there. Just baby boys.
So as she is speaking to you, you invisible folks see her husband's eyes just kind of look around. He notices the fog that's sitting in one corner of the room.
A foggy
And he's just
night,
glancing
isn't it?
around. So if I could get the invisible and foggy three people, to make stealth checks. The invisible people have advantage. I'm not exactly sure about the gaseous form thing.
I become an incorporeal creature.
So how about this? Instead of a stealth check, Morel, give me either a deception, persuasion, some kind of charisma check to pretend to be normal fog floating in this room.
I mean, I can just go through cracks. So could I just be in the coffin?
Yeah, you sure could.
Something tells me that's a bad idea.
Make a stealth. Still make either a charisma or a stealth check too.
Sure, I will certainly do the stealth check. That's a 16.
Okay. And then the last two, Alexander, Dr. Zero.
God, I'm glad I have advantage.
Yeah,
Can I
advantage.
help?
Can you help with what?
12.
12.
I have this spell that I don't know how it works called non-detection, and I'm hoping it works here.
Non-detection protects you from like divination. Like people can't physically see you. Like scry.
Yeah.
What about direct line of sight?
Alan, read your spells.
Well, he tried. So that was a 12
I got
and
a
Xavier.
14.
14. Let's see if you're sensed.
Oh no.
Having proficiency in a skill doesn't help me.
You see that she kind of hesitates, and oh my god, what is everyone's passive perception, real quick?
15.
10.
15.
15.
10.
Okay.
16.
Damn your proficiency in perception.
I'm rolling very well, guys, and I'm terribly sorry about that.
No, you're not.
With a 21 on a stealth check.
Oh no.
The husband reaches out and just like holds his wife's arm like as you ask her like, so who is this then? He gives it a slight squeeze, and then in a quick flurry he rips off his one glove, and most of you are magic casters except for Bob. So Bob, you wouldn't.
I have minor illusion.
You do have some minor illusion. Fair. And
I learned in Forest Scouts. It's
and
fine.
you are around magic enough to see some magic when it happens. And you see that as he rips off his glove, her skin, which is already kind of pale looking, turns almost like cold, deathly blue. And I need you all to roll initiative.
Oh
dear.
no! I wasn't prepared to fight things.
Yeah, I had an elaborate lie plan, which I will
Okay.
share. At
I
the
clearly
end if it
didn't.
Becomes necessary.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, that's good. All right.
How very fitting, based off of me being in a coffin as Fog, that I rolled a
With
4
your
for initiative.
undead servant.
That's right.
Their daughter. Okay, let me get my little sheet ready here.
Hey, well, maybe they're, maybe I'm just trying to get her to interact with her friend more. You know,
You're a psychopath.
I'm sorry.
this is what life after death is, by the way. Just
Being turned
full
into an undead
resurrecting
servant.
you. Yes.
One day we will all
Psychopath.
be reanimated by a turtle man.
We can only hope to be so lucky.
Oh my fucking god. Okay.
I'm legit gonna create a religion in D&D that's just that.
The turtle man.
The
The
turtle. Man.
turtle man, come
That's
in.
what I'm trying to create a religion in this. If I know it wasn't part of the recap, but I started.
Oh yeah.
I started a couple people who believed in the drug turtle.
The drug turtle. That's right. Oh fuck.
The magical drug turtle of Dank Kush.
Of Dinkush, yeah.
That-
Alrighty.
Dank. Holy
Alexander, what was
shit.
your initiative?
18.
18. Awesome. Julian.
A dirty 20.
Morel.
4.
Perfect. Roman.
9.
Dr. Zero.
16.
And Bob.
8.
Gross.
Ooh, we.
I rolled a 5. Plus 3.
And so, is anyone have anything against surprise before I do narration further?
Oh, like alert.
Yeah, alert.
I don't
or
believe so.
Sentinel shield. I just didn't know what magical items you had still had. Or...
You know what? Actually, I will use a luck point to reroll that.
Okay, very cool.
Bobby needs a win.
Bobby needs a win.
I'll go with the 8.
Oh fuck.
Lol.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
So, they, with their quick movements, quick, subtle communications, got the surprise round, did a bit of magic on themselves. You notice, that when he yanked off his glove, his left hand is, like, dark and withered looking.
Some hand effect shit.
Like Dumbledore.
Like, that's some Dumbledore shit.
I must have missed that part.
That's just because he was old, Alan. Huh?
It's pretty.
But on a initiative count 21, the wife, Mama, is going first.
Mama.
Mama.
Just cast the spell.
Yep.
Yeah.
Her skin turns icy blue. And she, is going, since she kind of moved up to you, Julian, she's going to lunge out at you
Oh no.
and give you a little zappy poo with some shocking grasp.
I'd really appreciate if she did.
Zappy.
Are you wearing metal armor?
Nope.
She's still got a 24.
That'll do it.
So that is going to be some lightning damage.
Sure wish I had my second level spell slots. Travis.
Why are you saying Travis?
That's going to be 13 points of lightning damage to you,
Dicks.
Julian.
Why'd you say Travis?
You know why.
It's your fault.
You poisoned everyone.
I need to
I don't know.
change the music
know,
here.
I didn't poison them. I just wanted them to have a good time. You've ruined it. To some people, poison's a very fun time.
We're gonna have words after this, Travis.
Are we?
No.
So, she shocking grasped you.
Can't take reactions, right?
Cannot take reactions, correct. And she is not. Well, your turn's next. So, yeah, she's not gonna go anywhere. She's gonna stay within melee of you. It is your turn.
With like this withered hand and her icy blue features, do I get like is there a way for me to like get like a feeling? Are they undead?
To get a feeling.
Can I do a can I with my medical license be like stethoscope, you're dead? Oh no.
The vibe is
Hey,
off,
man.
my dude. Are you like undead?
So obviously she's not gonna let you physically examine her, but you can make a wisdom check to just kind of gauge just quick intuition.
Would that be my action to do that?
No, we'll say no.
Just a wisdom,
Just straight wisdom.
check?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. 22.
22. Not undead.
Okay. As she does that, and it's like, listen, I really don't want to do this. But I guess if you want to, and I will reach out and grab her arm that grabbed mine, and I'll cast Inflict Wounds on her.
Ooh, okay. Make an attack roll.
21.
That'll do it.
And I get to add an extra +2 to that damage. So, and that's 3d10, right? Let me check. Not prepared. Didn't think I'd have to cap a bitch today.
Cap a bitch.
Yeah, I just threw it in. Cool. Oh, I'm so sorry, lady. I'm so sorry for the things I'm about to do. That's 29 points of necrotic damage.
Yikes.
So, you notice that when you do that, your hand, like, gets unbelievably cold. By the time the spell is done, her icy, cold blue skin hue is gone, but you take 25 points of cold damage from her Armor of Agathis.
Armor of Agathis, oh no.
Oh boy.
Jacob's face is like, 25 points. That's a hurt.
So I'm down.
So you all, she lunges forward, zapped him, grabbed him, Julian reached back, and then you just see this, like, the blue tint from her skin almost bleeds away like ink, and you watch it crawl into Julian's hand and then reach his face, and he hits the ground. Okay,
Sweet.
that's gonna bring us now to Alexander.
Okay.
You rolled so low on health. Holy crap, Todd.
Hey, Travis, maybe I didn't think that we'd have to fight.
Okay, so I have a question, Logan.
Yes.
Is there a way
Points of damage, one
with a
turn.
60-foot cone that I would not hit Julian but hit both of them?
60-foot cone?
Yeah, just like make it to where like the edge misses Julian but hits her and then hits the guy.
I'll have you make a roll.
Okay.
Oh boy.
But
What
that essentially
kind of
means
roll?
you'll end up, so you'll have to roll an intelligence check. Since you're a
Okay.
wizard. And if you succeed, you're able to not. If you don't, hitting Julian.
If I die, I deserve it. I'm a bad person.
That's a 9.
Hitting Julian.
Oh, a fucking 4.
Remember that.
I literally
me.
cannot roll worth shit. Apparently, I've rolled like shit for 3 sessions in a row.
Remember that I once lived.
Hey, but good thing you just got someone else to go work at the
Yeah, thank
Yeah,
God.
clinic.
Yeah.
Oh,
So-
he has his medical
see.
license.
So Alexander, what you
Being-
cast?
Being unsure of whether or not I will actually harm Julian or not, I am going to move up to Homegirl that put him down. And I'm still invisible, right? Yeah, because I didn't break invisibility. And I'm just gonna quietly say, do you know what flesh looks like when it is when you speed up the heat death? And I'm going to grab her arm, and I am also going to cast Inflict Wounds.
Nice. Go ahead and make an attack roll at advantage because you were unseen.
Oh baby. Okay. That is a 22.
That'll do it.
Cool. Because I didn't think about this. Don't remember. 1 second. I am bad at remembering things. Forgive me.
It happens.
Okay, there we go. All right. I almost rolled the wrong die for that. Gonna roll some
Such a good
d10s.
sound.
Yep. 23. Yes, 23 points of necrotic
Oof.
damage. Yeah. I'm no longer invisible.
You're no longer visible. She screams out in pain. And since this one more directly hit her, like she screams out in pain.
It looks a little something like that.
Oof.
As I reappear.
Reappear. Okay, that'll bring us to Dr. Zero. So Alexander's reappeared. Julian is unconscious, making death saves, and they're all kind of in like a little like trio up near the door in a way.
Is anybody wearing metal?
Of the two of them, no. Aside from like a ring on their fingers, maybe.
Alright, that's fine. So I am invisible. I also have flying boots, so I'm going to float in the air above them. And I am going to take out the alchemy jug, and just say, salt water. And what I want to do is this. The man with the withered, weird, wrinkly hand, I want to basically jump on top of his head and put the jar of salt water down his throat. It's 4 gallons of it. Just. And I'll have Dr. Zero Jr. help me.
What the actual fuck?
I like it.
I love it.
So, here is what I'll say. To grapple him will be a feat in itself. To get the jug in his mouth to get him to swallow salt water. That's a whole thing too. So we'll say it'll be a contested grapple check. So you can make acrobatics or athletics, or for you it'll be athletics to literally like grab him and direct him. But you have advantage, doubly, 1 because of you're invisible. 2, you have Dr. Zero Jr. helping you, so I'll give him disadvantage on the roll as well. If you beat him in this contest by 10 or more, you can go jug in the mouth, do your thing. Any closer than that, the jug will have to wait until the next turn.
Okay.
Sound fair?
Yeah. So I have
It's
advantage.
more than fair.
So make an athletics check to grapple and do the thing.
You madman.
Okay, that's already wonderful. Okay. I'm gonna roll and see if I get the nat 20. Okay.
What'd you get?
I had a 18.
On a roll of a natural 2 plus 2, you beat him by 14.
Let's go!
So you're all looking at Julian like, oh no, and Alexander appears doing all this necromancy, like rotting flesh kind of stuff, and all of a sudden you see Dr. Zero pop into vision, land on the shoulders of this guy with the alchemy jug in hand. Dr. Zero Jr.'s on the ground going, just hitting him in the shins, and then just jug into the mouth, and immediately you see water pouring out the corners of his mouth, nose starts running, eyes start watering, he's effectively drowning. Do what?
What's the drowning rules again?
They're super long. It takes forever to drown. But here's what I'll say, Xavier. Similarly, if Dr. Zero Jr. continues helping you, you'll effectively just make contested grapple checks. Like that, he'll have to use his turn to either break the grapple or do something. And if he doesn't break the grapple, he'll just start taking, like, bludgeoning, I don't know, some kind of damage.
Okay. It's fine with me.
Until the grapple is broken. Okay, and it is his turn now, unless there's anything else you want to do. I think that was a lot. I think that might be... I feel like...
I'll whisper in his ear, call off your goons, or we'll get to see your insides explode next.
So, on his turn, he's going to reach up with his withered hand toward Dr. Zero. Let's see. I rolled a natural 20.
Yep.
Oh, well. Do I need to roll?
You don't have to roll anything, because he's using the spell that he had cast, or that his hand is under the effect of.
Does it need verbal components? Does that bitch can't talk?
It's already been cast. The spell's already been cast.
Fair enough. I tried.
So, Dr. Zero. With a natural 20. Oh, that's a lot of ones, though.
Join me in death. It's not that bad.
You take 32 points of necrotic damage.
Alright, I guess we're doing this then.
And you kind of feel his body, like, tense up and swell up underneath you as it's almost draining the life from you.
Vampiric touch. That bitch.
Baby. I'll say, for the, essentially strangling, drowning damage, Xavier, if you want to roll 2d6 damage for me.
Oh, yes. 9 points of damage.
Okay. And then lastly, when that happens, this is supposed to happen at the beginning of the turn, but I'm just narrating it this way for effect. as you can hear him like against the water, you can also hear other voices almost coming from him and lingering around his head. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
I'm going to use my inspiration to reroll that one.
Okay.
It didn't help. Sorry, that's a 9.
You also take 9 points of psychic damage.
That's exactly what I needed. Alright. I'm down.
You fall to the ground. He still took damage for that round,
God.
but the jug falls to the floor. And at this point, as we reach Roman's turn, Roman and Bob at 9 and 8, you see that on the dad's face, his eyes, like that are already sunken in, almost are just like black rings and bloodshot. His hand is like withered and almost has like some red energy just around the fingerprints. Something otherworldly is going on. And right now it is Roman's turn. Unless, Roman, you want me to roll a something happens before your turn happens.
Whoever did that's banned.
Okay, a few
I'm
questions.
banning your girlfriend, Austin. She's banned.
What is...
Oh, boy.
What's the ceiling made of?
Stone and rock.
Okay. It's like the upper part, like the crypt,
Yeah.
basically. Where's the lady?
The lady, she's... it's a small room. It's only 20 feet by 20 feet, and she's kind of over near where, like, the wooden coffin was.
Okay. I don't want to do that. And the dad, he's wet, right?
Yes?
Oh boy.
Okay.
And, like, at this point, and I'll say he has disadvantage on, like, the stuff his next turn, he's, like, vomiting up salt water, like, violently.
Oh, but Dr. Zero is like right under him, right?
Yeah, vomiting onto now. Vomiting
Oh,
on
so
Dr.
he's
Zero
gotta- he's
Jr.
gotta
is
be
still
wet
just like...
too. Is Dr. Zero also wet?
No. Do you want him to be? I don't know what's... I don't understand.
Yes, as a fish, I get advantage against
Moisture-related attacks.
yeah.
Double damage on wet things, yeah. Okay, I got a couple ideas. Alright, the wifey, right above her, I wanna do it's stone, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I wanna use mold earth to basically move the ceiling slightly down so that it's separated from the rest of the ceiling, and then just let gravity fall.
You know I'm right there, right? And so is Alexander, right?
Are you gonna do it just enough to where it'll only her?
Get it?
So, to do that...
I'm about to get Caesared.
Did Caesar have the roof fall in on him?
No, I'm referring to Caesar from part 2 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Oh, I was thinking,
Oh,
yeah,
my
Julius
God.
Caesar.
Yes, the more famous Caesar, obviously.
Yeah, Julius
I think so.
Caesar famously died from some faulty roof.
Of course, notoriously. So Roman, if you want to attempt that, you won't know until you try. There's a potential. You just have to make a check to attempt.
Just a chance of fucking up your whole friend's life.
Oh,
Coworker,
man,
I guess.
can't
It
do
doesn't really
that.
matter if he dies.
Oh, it's okay. This is the last
Especially
episode of
from
these
your
characters anyway.
perspective in the bunker. It's very difficult to. It's possible.
Yeah.
It's just. It'll be.
Alan's betrayed us before.
I'm gonna do something else because I really need to keep this job. Okay.
Yeah, killing your coworkers on the job is probably not the greatest thing.
The hubby, as he's projectile vomiting this fluid, I want to use shape water to shove it back into him.
That is vile.
Yes.
That is
love it.
horrible. Oh my
the Bear Grylls
god.
method.
There's not. I don't even think there's like a save for that. I want to see if he can make a Constitution save. So what is your spell save DC?
Did I write that down? 15.
15. So he'll make a DC 15 con save. He is not proficient. And
Oh my
because of the
God.
vomiting, disadvantage. He rolled a 3.
Oh.
So nope. And you all who are still like can see things, you look over, salt water, and then it just it shoves back up in his mouth.
I imagine it's got like a little bit of like acid in it too, and so it's just
That's
like
some of that
ugh.
bile. Oh, it's so gross. Oh, it's
It's
awful.
Cut it out.
His face is red. He's weeping. He's ready to cast Vampiric Touch on himself just to
Good.
End it all.
Bastard shot first.
So
And then-
yeah, control water. What else you got?
oh man. Okay, should I attack the mom too, or should I double down?
Can you attack both? Oh, you can do the tentacle thing.
Mm-hmm.
Double D.
It's up to you. You're already making this man just choking on his own saltwater vomit. I don't know.
Put the tentacle in his mouth too.
You hear Dr. Zero's voice say, "Double down."
Make the
Also-
tentacle come out of his mouth.
Double down, Roman.
Also, I don't know it.
I've seen this
so
one
it
before.
says for part of Tentacle of the Deeps.
We got the hentai joke out of the way. Let's move on.
As a bonus action, you can move tentacle up to 30 feet and attack. I don't know how the tentacle is supposed to move.
I assume like slithering across the floor or something.
Oh, I was imagining it
Oh,
just
okay.
flopping around in the air.
I have a couple books you can read.
It's called art.
God damn it!
Sure.
So you're gonna have
make
the
the
tentacle
make the
attack.
tentacle do a swan dive on the hubby's mouth.
The hubby's mouth? No! Make an attack roll.
No.
This is
Oh.
foul.
It's been a good session.
And you have advantage because he's choking on salt water and vomit.
He ought to be choking on something else.
Oh,
When you put this
boy.
episode on
Oh,
YouTube, can you just title it the hentai episode?
Well, I need to include some content warnings right now.
No,
Trigger warnings, vomit,
Drowning.
hentai.
Hentai.
21 for the tenta dive.
21, that will hit. Roll some damage. Not enough quite to get into his mouth, but enough to.
Yeah, for him to remember.
That is probably the worst thing you could have said for that. Like, possibly.
I'm gonna have to rewatch that. I missed that completely.
Yeah, just
Somebody
someone
clip
clip
that,
that. Just
please.
clip Alan
Please.
saying
God.
that vile thing.
For me.
God damn it! Fuck.
Oh,
Enough for him to remember.
Oh,
my
no.
God.
That's 7 points of trauma.
He's not gonna be alive to
Cold,
remember.
cold damage specifically.
Full damage, okay. I can't with this.
Bro, I'm
So Bob, you put your gun away, but I imagine as, you know, officer, someone who's pretty aware, you probably didn't let your hand stray too
Flashback
far.
Roman.
No way. No way. Oh my god.
don't do this. Don't
So-
do this right now.
So, Bob, you are
Uh-huh.
ready. You're getting ready to quick draw, take a few shots, and you're looking out over the scape before you, and you see the father, now darkened, bloodshot eyes, vomiting salt water onto the ground, and then all of a sudden, it like water bending, all just into like a ball at the end, almost like just some kind of like vial, and then just all the way back up into his mouth, and then the tentacle slithers across the room and slams into his face, and you look over and Roman has this weird, he has a look on his face, a glint in his eye. Roman, Alan, what memory does this freaking trigger right now? What is loosened in this moment? This is horrifying.
Roman thinks back in his life. Oh man, so Roman's a warlock, which means he did like a deal with the devil kind of thing. Which is why he has, these tentacle know-how. And he at this point he was kind of like college age when he took the pact, and it was kind of false advertising. He thought like, this like tentacle monster dude was like, he was gonna be the only apprentice, but it was kind of like there were a lot of other people. So basically he's like kind of in a class, and then he kind of feels bummed out because it's kind of like college all over again, which is like being in a class learning how to use tentacles and like see shit and stuff. And he's just remembering, his patron just kind of showing some trick, and then just like at the end there was just some extra time, and then the dude was like, y'all want to see some funky shit? And so he showed that technique.
Y'all want to see some funky shit?
I am Cthulhu, lightning striking in the background, rising up out of the ocean. This absolute gargantuan behemoth says,
You want to see me put a tentacle in a seal's mouth until he throws up? You want me to make this dolphin throw up?
So Bob, you see this memory flashback across Roman's face, and I imagine Roman might let slip like just a chuckle of just remembering that day of like,
just like a dumb shit, like.
So Bob, you smell the fishy smell of the sea, the salt water. You're not sure if it's coming from the vomit or some other thing. It sounds like it's coming from Roman. This strange aquatic aquarium smell. And then he lets out this kind of dumb chuckle. And then Bob, it's your turn.
Cool.
I'm sorry.
So
What does Bob think about that?
Even considering the circumstance, Bob still has a pleasant expression on his face. And it's like a little more determined, and his pupils are a little dilated. But in his mind, he's just thinking like, "This never happened to Nancy Drow."
You brought back Nancy Drow.
Stop. I just imagine you fucking sit there. It's like 2 a.m. You're fucking playing Warhammer, and you're like, Nancy Drow. I'm gonna say that shit on stream.
I said
It's the
Nancy
second
Drow
time.
in the
He said that
stream.
long ago. That's
It's a
like
lost
call that.
stream. Yeah, that's a callback, baby. But yeah, he thinks that to himself.
God fucking damn it, dude.
And then should I wait on
Nancy
Well,
Drown,
Logan.
Warlock Holmes.
perfect?
I feel like Nancy Drow was like that was like the second or third time that we played together.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
That was a good
Oh
one.
my god. What happened to Logan?
You killed him.
I don't know. Yeah.
You killed him.
He quit. He quit.
No, he just took
There
a
he
quick
is.
potty cat without announcing it. He used that as an excuse for potty cat
I did. I truly
I
did.
think it's
or
called
toilet cat.
Yeah,
yeah, it is
potty-
called toilet cat.
potty
Potty
cat.
cat.
Potty kitty.
Potty cat sounds like a third party knockoff.
Smelly cat. Smelly
kid.
cat.
Potty kitty.
But anyways, so Bob has this thought, and about how this is nothing like most of the detective books he's read.
So Nancy
And
Drow.
perhaps maybe some of the grittier stuff, but even that is less comical in a way than what's happening now. But yeah, he with lightning speed and precision and whips Jolene off his belt, takes a firing position out the bunker, and with what goodwill still remains, he just calls out like, "Charlotte Watch, put your hands up," and waits like precisely 2.5 to 3 seconds for a reaction.
One person's literally gargling on their like saltwater vomit. What are they supposed to do? Just like
Put
Make-
their hands up. Duh.
Make an intimidation check or persuasion. Probably more intimidation, but
Well, that's an 8 on the die, so I'm imagining not well. So seeing that I guess nobody's gonna respond to this gambit, I'm gonna bonus action aim and take a shot at who would I have?
You're just a normal cop. You wait 2 seconds for a response and immediately shoot if they don't respond.
Ooh.
Bob's not a cop anymore.
I'm not. I'm a wild card.
That was a
baby.
joke. There's plenty of good out there. Just throwing that out there.
You don't sound very convinced, Travis. You were like, that was a joke.
Ah, it's a joke.
Okay, so
Two of my friends are dead, so I feel a little more justified. But yeah, I'll take a shot aimed to wound. I'll shoot him in the shoulder. But yeah, I'll take an aimed shot at who can I get sneak attack on?
With aim, both of them.
because aim gives you advantage, and you'll get
Oh,
sneak
that's
attack that
true.
way. Currently, Dad is choking on his own vomit and seawater, and Mom is just being, attacked by Alexander.
Okay. Who looks more dire?
The mom?
Cool. I will shoot the mom in the shoulder. Ooh. I will use a luck point on that. Even at advantage, that was a bad roll. This one's a little better though. That's gonna be a 21 to hit.
A 21 to hit. That's gonna do it.
Cool. And let's
Roll me
see.
some sneak attack damage.
I will indeed.
By the
but-
way, if you guys ever run another one shot for anything, I'm absolutely gonna make Nancy Drow my character.
do it.
I got it.
Understood.
12
I
points
just have
of piercing
19.
damage.
How many?
Wait. 15 actually
15.
points of piercing damage.
Resounding gunshot echoes in this smaller room. Roman, you in this little bunker with Bob, and you're like, you're lost in thought as you're doing all this. All of a sudden, bam! Right, like right in front of you as Bob reaches out and shoots. It jolts
Sorry.
you back to the present. Bob, you hit bonus action, and unless Roman didn't really change his bunker, you're kind of stuck in there, so you can't really move anywhere. But you got a good wing shot on her, and that's going to bring us to Morel.
Well, Morel's just chilling in the coffin, with a dead girl right now, and he's gonna come out of the coffin, as gaseous form, and he will, and I will, ungaseous form in front of, Jacob's character, whom I forgot his name. It's in my notes somewhere. Julian, in front of Julian. He'll walk in front of Julian and feed him a good berry.
So, Julian, the turtle god, appears in front of you in your deathly hallucinations and gives you a nice berry, and you slowly regain your consciousness.
So you have 1 health point.
Hmm.
And
Great.
you see Morel kind of break apart a mushroom, crumble it inside of Julian's mouth, and kind of slap him on the face to wake him up, and then just he'll stand back up with his staff. That's just a gigantic mushroom that's really tall, and he'll prepare. Was that an action? Bonus action? What was that?
Action, yeah.
Okay, so as a bonus action, I will shillelagh.
Shalele.
Galele.
I will turn my my staff a little bit magical.
Turn your staff a little bit magical. Sounds good. It is back to Mom's turn. Her screams of anguish and pain turn to screams of frustration and fury. And you notice that her scream starts to branch apart, and it sounds like multiple voices coming out of her singular mouth. And so I need
Good.
Alexander, Morel, and Julian to all make wisdom saving throws.
Fuck.
I'm super good. I rolled an 18 plus 8,
Yep.
so 26.
Oh,
You're
cool.
fine.
I rolled 24.
Awesome. Yeah, kiss that die, Austin.
Please.
Oh, shillelagh.
12.
Higher than average.
Oh man, speaking of higher
rolled
than
a nine.
average,
Ooh.
Morel and Julian
No
both
wisdom.
save. Alexander does not, and you take 14 points of psychic damage.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right, we're good. We're good.
And then for her turn. Oh boy. Oh jeez. What can she do? What can she do?
Wait, the psychic shit wasn't her turn?
No. It's an aura thing at the start of her turn.
That remind you of anything, Jacob?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Rahadin who?
Kinda.
Get capped.
Let me see here. She is going to that's good. She is going to once again skin turns an icy blue color.
Great.
And God, you're all just so close.
Please, Dad. I just got up. I want to live.
She is going to throw out both of her hands. If Morel and Julian will both make an insight check for me.
Nope. Maybe.
24.
11.
You can both kind of see in her face she doesn't necessarily understand what she's doing. She holds out her hands as she's kind of like screaming in anger and frustration, and is just like rearing back and hoping as she casts Eldritch Blasts on Morel, Julian, and maybe Alexander, depending if she hits.
I am still within 5 feet of her.
Yeah, no, she
Well,
has
I think we
disadvantage
all
on
are.
all of these because you're all within 5 feet. The lowest for Morel, that is a 21.
That's the lowest, motherfucker.
You rolled a 14.
Mm-hmm.
So Morel, you
Yeah,
take 9
that-
points of force damage. Julian, she rolls at disadvantage with an 11 to hit.
Yes.
Whew.
And she kind of like stumbles around to try and like blast at Alexander, seeming to push him away. Alexander, that's a 17.
Even with shield, it wouldn't matter. Yeah, it hits.
That's 1 point of force damage.
1 point.
And that's her turn, and now it brings us to Julian as you just narrowly dodge out of the way of an Eldritch Blast.
So, question: what form is that sedative that Roman got for me, and what form is that drug?
Ingesting.
Is like a powder
Yeah.
kind of deal?
Yeah.
Okay. So like, if I like just got a handful and it just went poof in her face, would that like knock her the fuck out?
No. It
Okay.
doesn't knock someone out normally.
It's just like an anesthetic, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just a numbing agent.
Okay. That's fine. So
Can she OD?
If you gave her like 10 doses. Yeah. Over and over again, directly into her mouth.
I'm still like laying on the ground, like I rolled out of the way of the Eldritch Blast.
Yeah.
I look up at her and I'm just like, all I wanted to do was talk, but if this is how things have to be, and I grab my dog tags, look back at the coffin with a priest in it, and I grip the dog tags, and I used my channel divinity blood puppet to make it sit up and lurch for her and attack her.
Oh my god!
Oh
You'll watch in
my
horror
God.
as the young priest tumbles out, jumps out of his coffin in the alcove, and lunges at the mom. That's horrifying!
Ooh.
It needs to make a single weapon attack. I don't, and it's dead or unconscious, I'm assuming. So there's no save for that, unless it isn't.
No, it is dead.
Okay, cool. So I don't know what modifiers you want me to give to this attack.
I'll effectively call it a zombie. So that's a +3 tit.
Cool.
I heard that as 3+3 tit, not 2 hit.
That's a nat 20 on this fucking zombie.
No way.
So 1d6, so 2d6 for critical +1.
Hell yeah. Are you fucking kidding me? So that's 13.
He takes 25 points of cold damage and is immediately... He turns just straight up into a block of ice. He only has 22 hit points.
And after that, since I didn't cast a spell, I will use bonus action, cast Healing Word on Dr. Zero so he doesn't stay dead.
Nice.
And so you have, you get 9 hit points.
Sweet.
As I still clutching my dog tags, I call out and say, "Doctor, we still need you. Get back in there."
Thank you, doctor. Thank you. I look over at the vomit and salt water and like, oh, it worked. Wonderful.
It worked! I love it.
Experimental success.
Amazing. So that is now going to bring us to Alexander.
Did she seem psychologically tormented by the thing I just did?
Make an insight check.
I didn't think I'd get this far.
A 20.
Yes, she is.
Good.
I'm gonna hold my hand up and just kind of turn my hand a little bit, and I'm gonna cast slow on them. Both.
Oh man. Okay. It's in a 40-foot
feel like the room
cube.
gets
That's
a
like the
little
whole
cold.
damn room. Wisdom save or be slowed.
It just kind of starts to feel a little cold in here. Maybe.
This is it. One is an 11, one is a 19.
The 11 fails.
Okay, so she is slowed.
Cool, and I'm gonna back away from her. Bye. And I am a wizard, so I can't do fuck all else. Because no bonus actions. So yeah, that's it. That's all I got. Oh, I will say, you should consider stopping this. This whole violence thing was not supposed to happen. Please, just chill the fuck out.
What? Just chill the fuck out. Dr. Zero, it is your turn. You are conscious. You are prone on the ground. Dr. Zero Jr. is against the calf of Dad. You're muted, Xavier.
So Dad is completely frozen. He's done for. We don't have to worry about him. So it's just the mom left.
No, they're both
Uh,
still up, I think, right?
They're both still up. She is slowed.
Oh, they're both
He is
still up. Oh, okay.
choking.
The guy that got frozen was the zombie that I
Was a
made
zombie.
attack her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's choking on his own salt water and vomit.
Oh. Oh, well, he's still conscious. Wonderful.
No.
So just to make sure, I can cast a cantrip and then a bonus action spell, right?
Correct.
Wonderful. I'm going to bonus action healing word myself. Alright, that's going to be 7 points back to me. And then I'm going to look this man in his eyes as he's choking on a vomit and a tentacle's pushing it back into his throat. And I'm going to take out the jar of acid and just splash it on his face. I'm going to need a dexterity saving throw.
For Dex, let's see here. That's a 9.
That fails. That's going to be 2d6 acid. Marvelous. 8 points of damage.
Okay.
Is he still standing?
He is still standing.
I just take out my notepad and write. And after all this, the subject is still alive. Much more adorable than I expected. Must take out the big guns next time.
God. Oh my god. Okay. That brings it to his turn. Still choking and dying. He's going to.
Wait a minute.
Hmm?
I still have Dr. Zero Jr.
Oh yeah.
He takes a turn after me. The Dr. Zero Jr. is going to do a Force Strike, which is a range attack. So I'll have him just back up a little bit.
Yeah.
Then see if you're gonna whack him. It's an 11. Does that hit?
An 11 does not hit.
All right. Well,
Surprisingly.
never mind.
He is going to blindly thrash around, trying to grab at this tiny little inventor. Doing so at disadvantage. That's still. I rolled another 14, so that's a 21, Dr. Zero.
That hits.
Don't you kill Dr. Zero, Jr. Don't you do it.
So Dr. Zero, I'm sure it's enough, but we'll find out. It might not actually be. 14 points of necrotic damage.
I'm still standing.
Woo! I'm still standing.
Yeah.
I'm going to kill this man. I'm just going to let all of you know he's dead to me now. He will be a corpse next.
He's dead to me now. And I keep forgetting their thing. Make a wisdom saving throw as well.
Ah. 18.
That's enough. You're fine.
Sweet.
And then once again going to try and push back against Roman's torture, because that's effectively what it is. That's a natural 20. So Dr. Zero, he reaches out, grabs you just by like the side of your neck, super strong thumb against a windpipe, sucks the life out of you, and just to add insult to injury, throws up a bunch of salt water on you, wipes the edge of his mouth, and then he says, "I didn't want it to come to this." And then that is his turn. That's truly just everything. And that's gonna bring it now to, well, Roman.
Hey, what up?
It's your boy Roman.
Coming at you with the tentacle vor.
Just
So this guy got back up?
Do what?
This guy got back up?
Yeah.
Dang it. Should I do the water thing again?
Since he's not actively vomiting anymore, it'd be a little bit harder to do.
Just do something else.
Okay.
He skipped all the other days of class. That's the only thing he remembers.
Who's around him?
Dr. Zero. Dr. Zero Jr.'s a little ways away. I think that's it.
Okay. Wait, let me look this up. What is the... If we're in a cave. I have lightning bolt.
Okay.
And if I use it on the guy, well, no. Are we trying to kill them?
If we knock him out, I can bring him back, or at least
Okay.
stabilize them.
Okay.
Can't question. Well, I was gonna say we can't question dead people, but technically we can, just not today.
You're
Yeah.
right. I could raise them.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Actually, is there any metal around?
Metal
Travis,
around? Not
Raise
really.
dead,
The door.
Travis.
Is what?
The door is made of metal.
Can I try and use mold earth to move the door and like mold it around the guy?
I don't think mold earth works in that way.
I don't think it's not that fine.
It's what
I
you're
don't
trying
think
to
you can do
do.
like fine-tuned stuff with it like that.
No.
Because
Okay.
it's like molder, you can like move like a 5-foot cube, like up and down and shit like that. It's not like a.
Okay. Dang it. Alright, I'll just, Hey, I have Eldritch Blast. Eldritch Blast. Level 5 is 2 beams, right?
Mhm.
Yes?
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll Eldritch Blast him.
Alright.
Do I have to do d20 for each one?
Yes.
Wait, where's my 21
That's gonna hit.
and 17.
17 will hit as well. Are they both toward him?
Yeah.
It's gonna be 2
Ooh, can I have them go in like a helix shape kind of thing?
Of course you can.
Cool.
Roman casts helix rockets.
feel like this would, like, rather than a helix, they would both kind of shoot out very slowly, and then, like, stop halfway, turn and look around at you, and then turn back and just, like, slowly make their way over, and then just...
No, they're just two tentacles.
7 and an 8.
7 and 8, 15. Damn, dude.
And then for my bonus action, tentacle's still there. Right?
Tentacle is still there. You can make an attack.
Can I just wrap the tentacle around his legs?
Sure. I don't remember.
Y'all remember Star Wars 5
Yeah.
on Hoth?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
So make an attack roll, however you normally would, and he'll make a contested dexterity.
Okay.
Need a 14 or higher.
I rolled a 7, and my attack bonus is +7.
So that, in fact, is a 14 or higher. So, yep, you grapple him at his leg. Do you want to trip him or hold him in place from going anywhere?
I want to trip him.
You trip him. He's holding Dr. Zero in this menacing way, threatening death. And, I didn't want it to come to this. And then just slam! His head hits the stone floor.
Yeah.
And that brings us to Bob.
Okay. Seeing as the dad is prone, I will once again take a shot at Mother Dearest over there. Bonus action aim to get advantage in sneak attack.
Yep.
12.
She is slowed.
She is slowed, which is a -2 to AC, I believe.
Yes.
A 12 would have hit anyway.
Nice.
So
Cool.
that will hit.
I can't believe I rolled so poorly still. Okay, let's do this. 1d10, 3d6 plus 3. Ooh, all right. 13 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
As I just, again, try to non-lethally, like, shoot her through the calf or something.
You see that, this sounds bananas to say, your bullet is rebuffed by her icy cold flesh, but her skin returns to a normal hue after that last shot, and leaves effectively a bruise on her leg where your bullet hit. So her armor of Agnes has been eaten through.
Cool.
So that's bonus
that'll
action,
be the end of my
attacks, movements. Morel, you and Julian are in melee with this slowed lady.
Well, Morel, you'll see as the spores on top of Morel's back will kind of open up and puff, and then you'll just see as as spores come from the mushrooms around Morel's body, and give him a temporary hit points of 20 temporary hit points. He looks pretty rejuvenated.
You're doing your fungal
He's wild.
form?
I am wild shaping.
Hell
with
yeah,
my-
brother.
With my what is it called?
Symbiote
My Halo
something?
Spores? Nope. Something of that sort. Don't know. Either way,
Symbiote or something.
sure. Yeah, I have lots of mushrooms all over me as my action. And do I have any bonus actions other than that? Let's see if I have any bonus actions that exist at this point.
You got healing word.
Did you see me handing out berries?
Cast Shillelagh again.
Can I
I
have another
can.
berry, please?
I can indeed. I'm going to cast Shillelagh again because it'll just rejuvenate for another 6. It'll be
Resets the
one more
timer.
minute.
Yep.
Yep.
1 minute timer. Awesome. Fungal form. And is there also a reaction thing you can do?
Yes. So as a reaction
didn't know
when
if you
they
wanted to
start
do that
their
then or
turn
later.
within my area, then I can do something.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's called a symbiotic entity.
There we
is
go.
what that's called.
Okay. So that's Morel. Takes us back up to the top with Mom, who is
Mama.
slow.
Within 5 feet of me. So as a reaction, I'm going to deal double damage. Of whatever I'm gonna roll here. It's just a 1d4.
Nice.
And I rolled a 4, so that'd be 8 necrotic damage.
Awesome, awesome.
Oh, he needs to roll a con save. Look me.
That's natural 1, so she takes it.
Well, either way, yeah, take that 8 damage.
Nice, she took that 8 damage, baby. She is slowed. She's limited. At the start of her turn, she's going to. Her scream has slowed down, but that's done nothing but change the sound waves, and it goes from being this piercing cacophony of noise to almost a chord, a discordant chord, but it's now more audible. All the different voices in her own scream, and so Morel and Julian, if you'll make a wisdom save.
23.
10.
A 10, Morel, you are going to take 7 points of psychic damage.
Okay.
And if you need to make a con save or anything, I don't remember who has cast what at this point.
Nothing I have is concentration. Shillelagh is not concentration.
Perfect. She has not a whole lot that she can do. She is going to. Her movement is halved.
Mm-hmm.
She is feeling that things are dire, and you can see notes of panic in her face. She is going to use her half movement to run away from Julian and Morel.
I can't do anything because of
Use
I
your
already used my
action.
reaction.
So, Julian, if you want to take attack of opportunity,
I will.
go for it.
Pull out a little dagger, a little like
Army knife.
like utility knife or something like that. That's 23
Yes.
to hit.
Yep.
That's 5 points of damage.
Awesome. She runs over to the coffin and begins to cast a spell. I will see if it goes off now or next turn. It's going off next turn. Because it's slow.
Which spell? Like which coffin? Sorry.
Her daughter's coffin.
Oh, okay.
She's casting a spell. It's not going off until next turn because of slow. She make a wisdom save at the end of each turn. A successful save, the effect ends. She's going to make her wisdom save with a 22.
Yeah.
Slow's done, but her spell's still not going off for another turn. So that will now bring us to Julian.
I run after her, and does she have armor of Agathis up still? Does it look like she's got
Not that you
up
can
still?
tell.
Okay, well I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit. I run up, and I go, "I'm really sorry," and I touch like the back of her leg, and I cast Inflict Wounds one more time.
Alrighty, make an attack roll.
That's gonna be a 16.
That's gonna hit. Roll the damage.
Oh, I'm so sorry again. Oh no. 29 again.
Not looking good. Still alive. Barely.
Does
Yeah,
does this
well.
deter her from whatever spell she was trying to cast?
I mean, she's still in the process of casting it, and successful con still casting it, so no.
Todd, does it matter? I control her daughter.
That's
This is
just
true.
putting that. But yeah.
Let me
Jeez.
see something.
So, any bonus actions?
I'm a cleric. I don't have bonus actions. Who are you talking about? No.
No. Alrighty, that's gonna bring us
I don't
to
have bonus actions.
Alexander. You now see Mom is beginning to cast a spell over near the coffin, not sure what. And Dad, who was about to, rip the life from Dr. Zero, got just fucking leveled to the ground by a tentacle.
And they know I turn. I will call like she's trying to do something.
I lost my plan. I had a plan and now I don't.
I now have a plan.
Yeah, I feel like all plans went out the window pretty quick.
A little bit. 1 second. While I.
My plans are
Please
going
forgive me.
great.
You never had a plan.
I would
Shut
say
up.
there are plans, Alan. You had plans.
Okay. Guy's leveled to the ground. Does he look like he intends to get back up and still try to harm somebody?
Absolutely.
Cool. I'm just going to hold my hand out and fuck it. I'm gonna walk up to him. And I'm going to like slide over and place my hand right on his chest and go, no, and I'm gonna cast Inflict Wounds again.
Ugh, make an attack roll at advantage.
2nd level.
Ugh, at advantage.
Natural 20 on the first one.
Oh, that's 8d10.
Austin, all those bad rolls finally.
Finally
here it
paid
is, baby.
off.
Here it is.
That is 8d10.
Yeah, roll that
Austin.
fucking damage.
Yes, it is. Dude, the last time I nat 20'd on an Inflict Wounds, I one-shot a boss, so,
Inflict Wounds is a clutch spell. Guiding Bolt, clutch spells. Like,
Yep. Hang on, I gotta move my mouse. Holy shit. Yeah, this guy's probably dead. I'm so sorry.
We'll see. He has
We'll
been
bring him back.
healing because of feasting off Dr. Zero in a way.
39 points of necrotic damage. I rolled 2 1s on that.
He is
which
still
sucked.
up.
Aw. Well, that's unfortunate. You know what? And from there, I'm just going to draw my rapier and wait for him to get up.
Okay. Draw your rapier, wait for him to get up.
Yep.
And that will now bring us to, Dr. Zero. You were clutched in death's grasp for just a moment, and then he slammed to the ground and then got severely damaged by Alexander's spell. He's still prone and directly in front of you.
Very good. He's prone, standing in front of me. I'm going to do... Well, I wouldn't know if he takes poison damage, would I? I mean, he's still, all of his purposes, a person, I guess. I'm going to do Ray of Sickness on him.
Ray of Sickness is a
Constitution.
ranged attack. Or no, is it a Constitution? Or is it one of those weird, it's both spells.
Range spell attack.
It's actually, yes, both.
Yeah.
I hate that shit.
And then the con save is to be poisoned.
Oh, to be
Yeah.
poisoned by it. So the ranged attack will have disadvantage because he is prone.
Oh, I don't want to do that then. Fine.
Also, Dr. Zero Jr. could help you and negate the disadvantage.
Oh, he could? Okay, then yeah, sure. Let's do that then.
That was just take, yeah. Do
It's a big, like a regular one attack. All right.
He climbs on top of his back and just like sits down. He starts like teabagging like in Halo.
I have a natural 20.
Yeah!
Oh
Fuck this guy!
my god!
Yeah, fuck it. Let's go. We're killing this guy. Fuck it.
Roll
Let's
the
do it.
damage.
I already said it. I already said I was killing him, so. Alright,
point, good
so
point.
that's 3d8, but 68, actually.
Oh shit.
$33 points of damage.
Dr. Zero.
Let's go.
How do you do this? That's enough to kill him.
Wonderful. Wonderful. I take out this glowing vial of green and purple energy, and I say, I've been saving this one for a special occasion. And I pop it open and just pour it down his throat while he's being held down, and I say, let's see what happens. And I just stare into his eyes as he dies.
Alexander, you glance up and you notice that Dr. Zero Jr. has like a little like curly mustache penciled onto his metal face, and he just starts like air miming, twisting the mustache.
He goes,
And he curls up and dies of sickness and pain.
Wonderful.
Oh my god. Alexander, what's going through your mind when you see Dr. Zero do this and say that stuff?
I'm not sure if I should be concerned for him or if he is my new best friend.
Jesus. Well, next would be Dad, but Roman, it is your turn. Mom is like just across the coffin from you, beginning to cast her spell.
Okay. Can I move my tentacle to trip her?
Sure, make an attack roll.
Yo, what's up? Alright,
spell
that's
you.
a
Really getting them.
22.
That's a what?
22.
22. She got a 4. And
Really getting the mileage out of that tentacle. aren't
and so
ya?
you don't really have like full control of exactly how your tentacle like will trip someone. It just kind of does. And so Bob and Roman, you're sitting there like watching her from directly across to the other side of the coffin, and the tentacle kind of slithers out of view, and you see that her feet are clearly pulled out from underneath her, and her head slams into the edge of the coffin, and she falls to the ground.
Oh.
And
Still conscious?
you both can't see. The rest of you look over. She is unconscious, and her head is busted open. Because she
are
had
we out of initiative?
yeah, she had 6 hit points. She is
Okay.
unconscious.
Spare the dying her. Run over to Dad. Spare the dying.
Tentacle.
She's
And I look at everybody. Is everybody okay?
Yeah,
Yeah, I didn't get hit.
if Roman will open the dome, you see Bob come out, not a scratch on him.
And I'll do like the
My head hurts a
smiley
little.
face still there. It just kind of opens the mouth, you know?
like it's vomiting you both out.
Oh my god.
That's an homage.
One of my arms is like
Oh,
limp
boy.
and covered in ice, and I'm like, good.
And you see,
That
and
escalated.
as
My
that's
nose is bleeding
happening,
a little.
and as that's happening, you see the casket push open, and the dead just thumbs up
She sits
Oh.
up out of the coffin.
and thumbs
There's
up.
the young priest is a frozen block of ice off to the side. There's vomit and salt water all over the floor. Her blood that pulled out on the ground from her head being bust open. Undead daughter sitting up out of there. You notice that Dr. Zeros almost has like a two-face thing going on from the vampiric touch that hit him. And on one side of his face, he's like the normal kind of young doctor you knew. And the other side of his face is like withered looking old man version of Dr. Zero. And so at first you
Perfectly
glance over and
fine.
you're like, oh no, Dr. Zero aged 80 years. And then he turns his head and you're like, oh god, he's just half and half.
What's wrong? What is it?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Just
you're
turn back
fine.
around.
I'll use my mark to cast Cure Wounds on him,
Yeah.
so to help that up a little.
Yeah.
I'm gonna warm up the priest's body to get the ice off of him and just let the body fall to
Yeah,
the floor.
body
at this
falls back to
point.
the ground. So Dr. Zero, you
I-
get cure wounds on you and the wrinkly side of your face kind of recedes away.
I don't feel good about doing that. With pointing at the priest, but it happens.
That escalated pretty quickly.
I
Ah.
feel really good.
Dr. Julian, are they still kicking?
Yeah, they're still alive.
Oh, whew. Thought we were
Yeah.
gonna have to deal with some bodies. All right.
Yeah, I you know, we're not allowed to just like kill people, so
On
Yeah.
that note,
To be
Xavier...
fair, they did shoot us first.
Can
for
I-
lack of a better way of putting it.
Never mind.
On that
Can I
note,
do
I'll
something?
go ahead. Yeah.
I want to, with the help of my tentacle, move the mom and dad so that they're laying next to each other, and then can I just put my immovable rod on top of them?
that's so smart. Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy shit, yeah, and you can probably like just give it a little, like put a little weight on it so it will like effectively pin them down. That's good. Yeah, you do that.
That's thinking with your immovable rod, Alan.
Somebody quote that. That's thinking with your immovable rod.
Jacob.
Roman, if you
I guess I'll quote myself. Hold on.
Really? It's either you or Rachel.
are we trying to talk to them right here?
I just thought this would be cool.
I
I think
no,
we
it's a
should
good
talk to
idea.
him.
Okay.
yes, Logan.
I don't remember exactly who noticed, but most of you are trained with magic, so you could come to this deduction eventually over the course of getting ready for whatever is to come. So the dad had his withered hand that you later saw he used to casting some vampiric magic to absorb life from whoever he touched with it. But the redness that was around his fingers of the spell has long dissipated, but the withered hand is still there. So the the death and decay of his hand is not part of the spell, it's something different.
Do we see any casting focuses on these folks? Or do they have like visible dragon marks?
Make an investigation check, whoever wants to.
Cool.
I think I definitely noticed the hand.
Does somebody want to aid me?
Sure.
Cool.
I mean, I rolled a dirty 20 for my investigation.
Have guidance.
Guidance. Cool. That's gonna be 18 plus 28.
Amazing. Dirty 20, 28. No dragon marks. And besides the magic from that appeared around the hand, no noticeable spell casting focuses either. And it kind of reminds you, Julian, that whenever the mom was casting spells, it didn't seem like she was necessarily doing it on purpose. She was just kind of hoping and willing, and the spell would happen.
I know this is an awkward point, but I saw Alan stand up. Can we take a break now?
Yes, we can. So we'll pick back up with your investigations prior to them waking up, and I'll roll to see how long it takes them to wake up from unconsciousness, and we'll see how long you actually have. So everyone run, toilet cat, get refills and stuff, and we should be wrapping up here momentarily. Ready, I'm ready. We're back. So you have successfully subdued the Langhorn parents, rendering them unconscious and pinning them beneath an immovable rod. Let's see how long they will remain unconscious.
I was gonna wake them up.
You're gonna wake them up immediately before you're.
We have
I
some
have-
things to do before.
So, yeah, let's
I
hold
have
off
a
on that.
suggestion. Logan, I don't suppose I could have like some like flex cuffs or something.
Some zip ties.
Yeah, you know.
Why?
Yeah,
Yeah, some manacles. Some manacles.
You're about
sure.
to break into Capitol. Let's go.
No, Travis.
Travis on point with the political commentary today. Cool. But anyway, yeah,
What are you talking about? Nobody got in trouble for that. It didn't happen.
Yeah.
Right, that's true. Anyway, let's continue.
So yeah, I'm gonna zip tie or flex cuff their hands in such a way as they cannot perform somatic components
Sure,
for spell
yeah.
casting.
Okay.
And I
Let's
was
look
gonna,
around. You guys are right. Let's look around first.
I was
Let's
gonna
finish looking around.
I'm gonna talk to the daughters and or to the daughter, and point at her and say, did they kill you?
She
And
nods
just
her,
be looking.
she nods her
she-
head, yes.
Hmm.
And also, if I could get my two holy divine casters, Morel and Julian, to make Arcana checks for me. And let me check one thing. I might.
Nope. That's a nope.
Ooh,
Yeah, never.
that's a yes. 26.
Morel, what was yours? Was it bad? Travis,
Say what?
was yours
9.
bad?
It's 9.
So Julian, from what you could gather, two things about her casting that spell. She was clearly not a trained caster, as was evident by just the stances she took. Her spells were almost involuntary or reflexive. But you also notice that as she began casting this spell, there almost seemed to be some kind of ethereal light guiding her hands, as if someone had their hands on top of hers and were moving them around for the components. But the spell, you could recognize some of the shapes she was making, some of the runes that were forming in the air, as Speak with Dead. As seemingly an attempt to try and commune with her daughter. And you recall her
I guess
saying she was coming there to. They were coming to speak with her, kind of.
We can obviously corroborate this by getting more information, but if the way that the mother moved, her spellcasting seemed very reflexive and uncontrolled. Maybe something happened and they accidentally killed her?
Did you accidentally kill? Or did they accidentally I mean, did it seem pretty intentional of them killing you? Do you know how? I mean, I'm sorry, this is too much for you.
She keeps like.
Do you know if they purposely killed you?
She shakes her head no, but you're not sure if that means if she knows or if they intentionally did it. Did I just think she does not know or they did not intentionally?
Did they intentionally kill you? Sorry.
She kind of falters and shrugs her shoulders.
Okay, that's understandable. Did they? Do we have the body out from the other casket?
Yes, he has collapsed into the floor, and also if I could get, probably once more Morel or Julian to make, some medicine checks for me.
Oh, I would absolutely love to.
I rolled a 16.
Awesome.
I'm gonna guidance myself and get a D4 from Mark of Healing. and I'm gonna roll a 19, so this is about to be absurd. 3. Will I break 30? Hold on. So that's medicine. So that's 7. Oh yeah, 33.
33? Fuck me. With you and Morel kind of working together, you notice 2 things. The daughter, she has enough to kill her. She has a bludgeoning wound on the back of her head. It's not severe as in like superhuman, but it was enough to kill her and shock her enough and kill her. The young man, the priest, which you would
Young man
would deduce as the one who buried her, and what you had also kind of thought was her paramour,
lover
in the nighttime,
and in the daytime.
Anytime, really.
Not in church though. He,
Well,
after some thorough examination of his body, you do find that he also has some exterior wounds, but you see that from what you can tell, mostly Julian, because you were high message check because you were struck by it, he has some like lightning wounds. He has the scarring across his back, but it's not nearly as strong and powerful as what you had faced. But of course, as a fairly normal priest, normal person, it was enough to kill him.
I think looking at these wounds, perhaps the mother developed some kind of magical power and couldn't control it and killed their daughter by some kind of accident. Because you said the like blunt force trauma, was it like an object, or was it like from the shape of it? Does it look like it was an Eldritch Blast kind of thing?
No, it looks like an object, like a box or something, like something heavy. It has like a corner to it that really impaled.
A corner to it.
Yeah.
Perhaps she got knocked, like was blasted and got knocked into like a shelf or something. But the priest wound seems to be indicative of that shocking grasp. So perhaps the mother developed some kind of magical power, accidentally killed the daughter, and to cover it up, they killed the person that did last rites because they were seeing each other. So he would have known something was wrong. So they got rid of him too. But that doesn't really explain the weird, creepy hand father has.
Morel or whoever. This is a weird differential, but you'll understand why. Morel or someone proficient in investigation, make an investigation check for me.
That's like, I'm proficient as well.
Yeah.
I got a dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
I rolled a nat 20.
Oh my god. What's the total?
Dirty 20.
26.
Oh yeah, guidance. You're right. Yeah. I have guidance. I just
I've stopped saying I give myself guidance. I just do this. This is how you know that I give myself guidance, when I do this.
7.
Are you proficient in investigation, Alan?
I have deductive intuition.
Oh yeah, because you're House Madani, but you're like the worst House Madani ever. Yeah.
22.
So we have a 22, nat 20 for a what?
It was a 26.
26. We had another dirty 20, and Carson, what'd you get?
15.
Awesome. So once Julian starts to speculate the accidental nature of the death, you're still reminded of sort of your intuition going to it. I think Alexander was the one who said it, of that they, ran off together. And you kind of think and look. It takes a bit of searching, but you do find in one of the pockets of the priest's robe a little silver band. Some kind of ring.
Does she have one?
And you look on her hands, she doesn't have one. You look in the gown that she was buried in, she doesn't have one. And then you see like her undead face kind of like turn, and you look and see that connect in this circlet that she wears with the gold and the silver dangles, that it has been connected to the middle dangle. So this promise band, engagement ring, whatever it might be, is dangling from this circlet. And it's like small enough, or it like blends in well enough that you probably wouldn't have seen it otherwise. It just blends in with all the other decorations.
Alexander, I think you were right. We have a real Romeo and Juliet situation here.
All right, that's the session, guys. I hope you enjoyed it.
fuck this.
That's the end of new.
I literally, like, someone already made that joke. We made that joke last time.
I know, but
Alexander
the
said
fact you
first
brought
time.
it back makes it worse.
Oh, so Cars can say fucking...
Don't bring it up. Nope. Don't talk about it. That's on our banned list.
Your band. I am
Oh,
the
we're talking
band.
about the fuck. Anyway,
Don't say it.
mhm.
Don't
Nope.
say it.
I'm not. I just work here, man.
Anyway. I
So-
think you were right, Alexander. I think we have a star-crossed lover situation here. Perhaps the parents didn't approve and killed them when they didn't listen to reason?
Well, before
How disappointing. You were gonna say, Morel?
sorry, after this conversation's over, before we wake up the parents, I would really like to make sure that my zombie doesn't go out of control. I fed it a little bit too much mushrooms, and I don't really want to care for it too much. So if we could just,
Oh
And
yes.
she like looks like just across all you guys, just absolute
Just-
blank.
Jim from The Office.
Yeah, she looks like she and Dr. Zero Jr. make eye contact.
Oh, they're in love.
Good,
Yeah.
very good point. Yeah.
Just
we should-
lay her down. Somebody...
Good God.
I still
this
have
is
my
dark.
I just make sure she lays down, and I say, close your eyes, darling. It's no big deal.
I do like a
You
la-
can't
I
just
do
drop
I do a
the spell. I don't.
I do a
No, I can't.
secondary last right.
It's not a concentration spell. It legitimately, after 24 hours, you have to re-up it, or it turns into a zombie that goes insane.
So we have to unzombie the zombie.
You have to
Oh,
unzombie
okay,
that.
fine. Toll of the Dead.
Yep, and I go ahead and
frostbite.
everybody just goes into it and kills it.
Yep,
I
everybody
assume.
goes into
we're
it
just
and kills
bonk.
it. It's a. After it's all said and done, and you kind of put the lid back on the coffin, none of you, maybe Dr. Zero doesn't feel anything about the instance, because, yeah, but all of you don't really feel good about what just happened.
Well, yeah, but
Dr. Zero's probably
I think-
taking notes of like, okay, so.
The first day on the job is always the best.
I think in the future, I will possibly learn a little bit more about the raising of dead, and maybe I'll do a little bit better about yeah. Anyway, let's move on. Let's wake up the parents.
Yeah.
we
okay.
can dissect the horrible things you've done here later.
Yes, and I don't recall, and I'm sad I forgot to mention this earlier, who examined bodies for spellcasting focuses and things like that. But I'll say Alexander, with your wizarding training and from information you know of before, you find on their skin, like branded onto their like shoulders, kind of like collarbone area, right up like on their chest, pretty much like right over their heart, is essentially a circle of elven runes. You know Elvish?
yes, I do.
It is essentially what would normally just kind of translate to exile, because of the religious additions and religious language used in the brand, it's not just exile, it's like permanent exile, exile from the afterlife, your heritage, all of your bloodline is exiled. Like, it is, your bloodline is forever banished. And from what you remember about the Langhorn family and hearing about them through the grapevine is that they were exiles of Arenal.
Yeah.
But the daughter does not have such brand.
Okay, so we got the star-crossed lovers thing, right? I have this feeling, the running theory with the parents not approving and everything, disappointing, but yeah, okay, that we can run with that. Something, just there's a part of me that feels like maybe that's not the case. Maybe it was somebody else. But also worth noting is that these marks on the parents right here, well, they're essentially like, I mean, they're exiles from Arenal, but this mark kind of like gives a little more detail if you can read it, and it's a little more on the side of they are like them, their bloodline is done. Their daughter doesn't have that mark.
Wait, does what is the priest is also an elf, right? Or is he human?
So,
Can we check him real quick?
Sure,
Yeah,
for what?
that's a good idea. A mark.
Any marks?
no, he has an holy symbol of the Elven Undying Court. And refresher from previous sessions, the High Elves of Arenal worship essentially nearly immortal elves who rule them. Called the Undying Court. And the High Elves have a strange relationship with death, to where death is not the end for them, which is why the Gates of Passage, the Church of the High Elves, is one of the few places in Sharn where you can get a person revived, raised from the dead. But he does not possess any notable brands or markings or tattoos besides his holy symbol, and then of course, general, you notice on his person, interesting point, it would eventually, you could raise it up to everyone, but on him, he still has various tools. He has scrolls of ancient texts and prayers that would be done during a burial or funeral process. Like in his robes.
What's he wearing? Is he wearing something that you would wear at like a formal, like funerary service? Or does it look like he was in the midst of doing this when he died? Or does it look like he is just wearing, I guess, normal robes and he was caught somewhere else?
With the fact that he has all this stuff on him.
Yeah, make a religion check.
Okay.
And do it with advantage because you have people around you who can help you.
Cool. Not rolling super well tonight. 11.
So he has that stuff on him, but he is still, like, he has on, effectively like a poncho of sorts that, coveralls makes it sound very redneck. But sort of a protective poncho for his, robes and stuff underneath. And the poncho itself, it's covered in dirt and things, but he is wearing his normal priest raiments underneath, not necessarily formal event stuff. But the covering is interesting to you.
All right, I'll take note of that. Literally in a little flip out, like yellow legal pad.
You and Dr. Zero both look up from your little notepads at the same time.
Cute.
Unless anybody has anything else they want to look at, I guess the best way to find out the truth is directly from the source.
Yeah, I've got nothing else that I can do or think to ask, really. Or present, I suppose.
Before you start waking people up, I'm going to cast Magic Stone. And have, what is it? 3 Magic Stones just floating above their heads.
Ready to... Yep. I love it. Alright, any other preparation stuff from any of you? I will assume ready to attacks and things if shit starts going down.
100%.
But any actual like spells or area things or abilities you want to utilize for the interrogation, so to speak.
One, actually, maybe. 1 second.
Or if you want to take any kind of like ready, like just if like Bob wanted to hold a gun to one of their foreheads, or like if a tentacle wanted to like shove in one of, like if you want to do anything to enhance the interrogation.
One of those
Yes.
things seems more plausible than the other.
Okay,
I'm not sure which. I don't know.
I know we have an immovable rod on them.
Yeah, so effectively, unless they can get real like slinky all of a sudden, they're probably gonna be pinned there.
Could I? All right, follow me here. Could I create a tensor's floating disc and be able to like press on them with it, like if they are not cooperating?
I'm gonna be totally 5,000% honest with you, Austin. I think that's the first time anyone has mentioned using Tensor's floating disc in a game of mine my entire life.
It's
not
come,
true.
it
You don't
comes
remember when you,
standard
like,
with
used
my character
Tensor's floating
because of
disc as a hoverboard like 5 years ago.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, no, that's that. I was super disappointed. You let Carson do that, and then I was like, I think that's a cool spell. And then I read the spell, and that spell sucks.
Yeah, that spell
It
sucks.
does.
but yeah, no, like just his tensor's floating disc doesn't necessarily work like that. But like basically, like have the disc like pressed on them, and if they don't cooperate, I can just press more.
Like Salem witch trials.
Basically.
I mean, you're talking about literally pushing. It's nuts.
Can I minor illusion a tentacle?
Absolutely.
It is a plane of force.
It is a plane of force. That's what I was thinking. Like it's effectively like a wall.
Ooh, I can sit on it too, and just
Yeah. I don't see why not. So I'll say like on top of already having like disadvantage on like their check to even remotely try to escape, that they'll also have to like beat your effectively they have to make a save against your DC to even remotely have a chance of escaping. And then if they beat your spell save DC, then they can make the check to escape at disadvantage to try. So like it's just there's no way.
I was
Are
also
we
more
ready?
thinking of like pressing down on them, like if they're like
Scary
not
way?
cooperating, and like squeezing information,
Squeeze?
literally
Sure.
squeezing it.
Yep, that works too.
Bob, would you care to join me for a game of good cop, bad cop?
Oh yeah.
You can be the bad cop. You have the gun.
Point of order, and I'm going to assume, but I try not to assume too much. They did open the door when they came in. Do you want to close it?
I'm gonna go shut the door.
Okay, just making sure.
That seems like a good idea.
Just because I didn't know.
Junior, go close the door again and do your thing.
So you want him to stand outside and say the phrase? All right, I still have
What
it
a
written
beautiful
down.
night.
Yeah, no. Let
Yeah,
me,
say that too.
he like looks at you, Dr. Zero, and like gets you to make eye contact, and he like turns his head down, and then looks back up at you, and in your own voice says, "Nice weather, caw caw." Say that too.
Wonderful, excellent.
Repeats exactly how you said it, and will take his post outside. You close the door. Do you lock it?
Like the improv thing where like his head.
Yeah, like you get into character, you set the scene, then you look up and do the rehearsal. That's exactly what he just did, and you all kind of On that note, whenever he does that, you start thinking like, man, maybe he does moonlight as a performer somewhere. Huh. Like
I can't wait for us to play as our main characters. We're like going to like some show, and then we just see Dr. Zero Jr. just like doing like a soliloquy or something.
That's
like,
been the
doing
whole
a
setup.
monologue.
That has truly been the whole setup all along. Do you want to lock the door? I assume so.
Yes.
And the only reason I'm asking all these questions is just for future. And then another follow-up. Do you want to still recast the cantrip light to give you that light, or do you want to do anything else as regarding your lighting or scenario? Mostly so we can have a very painted picture of how this is going. I don't remember who cast light. I think it might have been Alexander. Yeah.
Yes.
Do you want to recast it so you have magical light everywhere?
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure. So,
Dr.
door.
Julian, how bad cop do you want me to go?
Dude, go. I want to see
we're
Bob
gonna go-
full bad cop.
We're gonna operate under, just. I think just the gun will be threatening enough. I don't think you need to say anything, unless things start going really, really bad, and I'll let you know.
I can
Sounds good to
forget
me.
about the Geneva Convention.
What the?
Well, to be fair, we're also not in the military, so technically it doesn't apply to anybody who's outside of the military,
Yeah.
as we have so accurately learned this year.
Yeah, it's not war crimes. It's just crimes against humanity.
There we
It's fine.
go. That
Alright,
totally.
well,
We're apparently not punishable by international law.
I love that game.
I'm
I
gonna
love
tap.
the beat.
I'm gonna tap them both on the head.
And you wake them up. So in this,
Can I stand on top of the tensor's floating disc, just like gun?
you and
down-
Alexander both have like Slav squat going on, like over
Yeah.
top of them, like what? Holding gun on the like at an angle.
yeah.
And I'm like behind their heads.
Yep.
Like a shitty.
Yeah, I'm just, like
90s
leaning over.
rap album cover.
They have a fish lens view of Alexander and Bob on the floating disc.
Yeah, I just got a cloth out. I'm just like polishing it. Just like,
Oh, I'll have my sword out too. Why not?
Truly awful. And then their daughter's beaten body in the casket 2 feet from them.
It's closed.
It's closed, all right. So, door to the crypt, locked, magical light illuminating everything. And in this, I guess, I almost called you Cornelius. Man, those habits are really sticking. Alexander, what color is this light? Is it a bright white sterile light, or is it kind of a warm candle torchlight? Or is it some weird horrible green, like, bleh?
Oh god,
Can you
no.
cast light on like my knife? So like it's like a flashlight. We're just like.
It's
like-
like
He
Consider-
gets Roman to summon the tentacle, cast light on it, so it's like a swinging interrogation light in some basement.
Let's do it.
oh my god.
Done.
I mean, the color of the light's basically like since Alexander's whole shtick is like energy and physics. It's like sunlight colored. It's like this bright yellowish
Yellow.
light. Yeah.
All right. So it's a little hard to look at. Everything's kind of yellow tinted. Doors locked, yellow tinted light bathing everything. They have the removable disc kind of position on like right at kind of their sternum, or probably, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Alan, but probably like positioned kind of on their abdomen, so underneath their ribs, so it can't really move past their hips or ribs. So they're kind of just stuck there, and then just floating disc on top of that. I'm probably making this so much worse than we actually envisioned.
Why are we so good at this?
You all kind of you ever had that moment of like, why are we good at interrogating people? Tensor's disc, immovable rod, sickly yellow bright light, locked door, beaten to death daughter's corpse in her crypt, coffin closed.
Yep.
Hands bound, as to ensure no somatic casting for spells. And you tap on their foreheads to wake them up. and I'm going to toilet cat.
Nice.
Ooh.
Wow.
Truly, what a ride.
Oh my god.
And all we did was prep to talk to them.
Yeah, but just, you know.
Yeah.
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 Yep.
Yep.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yep. Yep.
Hey, chat. Did you guys miss an episode? Well, if you want to catch up, go check out Logan's YouTube channel to where you can see all of the VODs in the last sessions.
Yeah, he only has like 3 subscribers last time I checked. Go fix that.
Yeah, catch our huge backlog of nonsense. It's great.
Yeah.
It is truly wild to realize there are now like dozens of hours of us just doing this on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking around.
Yep.
Rolling dice.
Also, if you want even more hours of content, check out Logan's Patreon to where you can see the elusive Sharn Nights After Dark, where we do, it's like a podcast type thing where we kind of just talk about our characters in D&D.
Yeah, and it happens at like 1 in the morning, so we're all very loopy.
Mm-hmm.
Some fun, weird energy. You'll love it.
I promise. And if you don't, no refunds.
Yeah. And if you're watching
That's
and
life,
you
dude.
haven't already,
No
go ahead and
refunds,
follow
your
the
money
channel.
back.
Let's get Logan to 100.
Please do.
Follow, subscribe. If Logan
Hey,
gets 100 followers by the end of next month, he'll shave his head.
No, he won't.
Don't want to commit to that. He will be
You heard it here
very
first,
mad.
folks.
I'll shave Logan's head.
Alan,
he
you
won't.
arrived.
I've thought
Richard,
about it.
we don't go live. What we do is we basically record a video afterwards, and then it is posted to Logan's Patreon.
Yep.
What did I miss? What?
Sharn After Dark.
You're gonna, if you get to 100 followers, you're gonna shave your head.
Yeah, I don't care.
No, keep your hair, dude.
I said it. I was talking out my ass.
I mean, I know my hair is
That was clear.
luxurious, but
It's amazing.
It's
it's
Like,
almost
the
reached the point.
sideburns all the way up. Like,
So I just shave my head to where it's a sideburn all the way up to the top, and then they connect at the top.
Can you shave your
Just-
head into a tentacle?
Well, in a different note, Rachel has been kind of teaching me that I can almost, maybe in like a few weeks, I'll be able to put my hair in a ponytail.
Oh, dude, that'd be sexy.
It's so
dude.
long. And you can usually tell whenever I tilt my head to the right side because it flips all the way over, and it's just, it's a shit show over on this side. Look how long that shit is. Look how gross.
it's like
I can tuck that
Sideshow
shit behind my
Bob hair.
ear.
Yeah, it's giving me
Same,
some like
Austin.
some like Leo Trotsky vibes. I like it.
Leo Trotsky?
Yeah.
Can we get some shout outs for Leo Trotsky in the chat?
Shout outs for my boy Trotsky. Got stabbed in the head with an ice pick. Rip
Hell
for
yeah.
my boy.
Yeah, like a punk.
You ever see the movie scene in whatever movie? I can't remember. I think it was called the assassination of Trotsky or whatever. Like the scene where he gets assassinated in that movie is wild because it's so like he gets hit and he just kind of like turns and it takes a second. It's like just a brief second or two before like anything registers. Like he doesn't start bleeding, he doesn't freak out, nothing. It's crazy.
You stabbed
It's
me,
so
bro.
good.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Logan, you're like that.
I'm just like that. So, you tap them on the forehead, do whatever you need to wake them up from unconsciousness, and you are very. The timing works out perfectly because I rolled 1 hour for their unconsciousness. So, at about this time, just tap them on the forehead.
Damn, bro, they have fucking brain damage now.
They both return to consciousness at 1 hit point, and they very weakly look around, slowly start to gather where they're at, and they both have this resigned sigh.
I lean over and I go, "Hi. So now that that's out of the way, would you tell us what happened with your daughter over there?" Please.
They can barely move, and even though like the Tensor's disc and the immovable rod aren't necessarily causing them damage, just the fact that they're pressing on like their abdomens, it's kind of keeping their lungs from filling like fully, and it's just discomfort. And so like they struggle to even just kind of move and wiggle, but they try to glance at each other ever so slightly. They kind of take a few breaths, still trying to regain their footing. And this is a dumb roll, because I know it's going to succeed, but I want you guys to roll dice, and it'll be fun to see the outcome. If all of you will make just a flat charisma check with advantage.
I'm good at those.
Cool.
Guidance.
We got a 13.
Rock and roll.
21.
22.
I rolled a 2 and a 6, so it's a 9.
17.
Okay.
18.
Nice. Pretty good all around. That's sort of a combination of effectively an interrogation check to see, after all that's happened, how much information they're willing to give out. And you see Dad, who still has sort of his sunken eyes, bloodshot. His hand is still in that weird, decaying form. And he kind of mumbles to his wife and says, "Honey, I'll take care of this. Good evening to you all. My name is..."
Debatable.
Sorry, it's starting to make me laugh. He kind of nods along and says, That's fair. My name is Nevarth Langhorn. I am Elison's father. President of Skyway. I was coming here to speak with my daughter again.
Yeah?
I just, due to her instigulent death, we've just been missing her terribly. And anyone with an intelligence of 10 or higher, instigulent is not a word.
I was literally about to
Very
write
I started looking it up. I was like, what the fuck does that mean?
Not a word. And if it is,
Oh
it's
my
not being
God.
used right. And he says, We've just missed her undefinitive presence for so many weeks, and again, not a word.
Roman nods his head.
Just
Are you sure you're okay? Because you're spouting a couple of
that word.
nonsense words so far.
I do not think it means what you think it means.
Yeah.
says, you put up a good brawl, all of you, but I think I am just friend. I am absolutely fine. He says, sorry, that's Elvish for good. And if you speak Elvish, that is not Elvish for good. Friend is
Good
not a
try.
word in any language.
Yeah. Good try, but now you're gonna start making sense, or I'm gonna press a little further.
Yeah. And I just go, Don't fucking lie to us, and I fire into the ceiling.
Jesus Christ!
Bob,
You
dial it down,
fire
dial it down.
into the ceiling.
Yeah, I look
Dial
over
it down,
at
dial it
Julian.
down.
I look over at Julian expectantly, just like, is this
Is
what
that
you're looking
it?
for? Yeah, is that it?
I'm just like, no, no,
Alexander, make an insight check for me.
Oh boy, I'm good at those. Totally, yeah. I'm so good at insight. 8 on the die.
Cool.
8.
Perfect.
Doing great.
And he kind of chuckles a little bit. As I truly, we just here to speak to our absolutely delectaneous daughter. We just miss her so.
How did now? Let's just be frank with one another and use real words.
You're giving me everything.
You and your wife here killed her, and we know that. So, I need you to tell me the truth, or I look at Bob and I go, Bobby's gonna get a win, and you're not gonna like it very much.
Yeah, I click back the hammer on Jolene, just manifesting the most deranged look in my eyes I can manage.
And as they look at Bob, I go,
Somehow I'm at a loss for words. Like, the phrase Bobby needs a win, that's funny and awesome. The phrase Bobby's gonna get a win is terrifying. That is awful.
So it's like by like murdering these people, I'm somehow winning.
Yeah, that's horrifying.
I'm tired. I got 1 HP. I ain't got time
Yeah,
for this.
and it's like 1 a.m. at this point. It is late. If I could get Julian to make an insight check and Bob to make an intimidation check for me.
Okay, do I get any sort of advantage?
Sure.
Cool.
Do I get some kind of advantage?
No,
Yep.
this is just based off his words and things. For
Okay,
Bob, they're in a precarious position.
Intimidation, dirty 20.
30-20? Insight?
18.
18. This creative word usage that Mr. Langhorn is using is not necessarily caused by some blunt damage or some damage to the head. You're starting to think that he's just not the brightest person. He's just imbued with a lot of confidence.
Yep.
I look at Roman.
LOL. Yeah, you they're the same thing. And Bob, great intimidation. You see that they're getting a little worried. I need to read it. There we go.
Does this, like, do I get the feeling that, like, the reason he's making up words is because, like, he doesn't understand, I guess, the common language? Like he doesn't normally speak it? Or, like, he's someone, like, an alien pretends to speak English?
No. It just seems like he's dumb and using big words, and his confidence is so swollen that no one has thought twice about it. Because if you say something confident enough, people will think it's true. And so if you just make up a bunch of shit-filled words, people are like, oh, sure.
Cool. But, like, I say that, and Bob looks real scary, and I wait for him to answer.
And Alan, you had a finger up?
Enough dilly-dabbling, smart man. Tell us what we want to know.
I like your funny words, magic man.
So, and what was your original question, Jacob?
'Cause
That feels like a million years ago.
I said, you killed your daughter, and I want to know, like, why and how Bobby gets a win, blah, blah, blah.
Yes, Bobby gets a win.
Etc.
you as well, go ahead and make a persuasion check with advantage because of, and of course, the DC is going to be super low because Bob's intimidation, the immovable rod, the floating disc, like all of it combined.
22.
You see that whenever you start saying that, like, we know you killed your daughter and all sorts of stuff, he kind of... You expect him to fold under the pressure of everything that's going on. Instead, he fights against it, and the immovable rod is an immovable rod. It is not fucking moving. But you can feel, like, pressure, some little bit of force against the floating disc as he he just tenses up. His muscles tighten. He says, "You got it all wrong. I never..." And then his wife pipes up and says, "Shut your fucking mouth. Yes, you... can't. It's not going to work this time. Yes, we did it. Her blood is on our hands. Yes, yes,
She telling the truth?
yes, she's telling the truth.
Okay. Cool.
Yes, I did it. I did it. It's on my hands. My husband, he just tried to make it right, that's all.
Did making it right involve killing that guy?
We have a delicate reputation to uphold. Was
yes.
a sacrifice we thought was necessary.
Expound upon that a bit. We've got a lot of time, and, actually, I take that back. We don't have a lot of time. I'm very tired. You really hurt me earlier, so I'd like to go take a nap. And,
Don't worry, we have time.
haha! Time wizard. Anyway.
Boo!
Time wizard.
Thanks, Joey.
But I to finish what I was gonna say, I just go like, I'm very tired. Just give us all the information and we can move on.
She goes to start speaking, and then her husband chimes in once again. He says, "We'll tell you everything you need to know."
I was talking to her. Don't you know it's not polite to interrupt women when they're speaking?
We are a unit. You're married. We do everything together. We'll tell you everything we need to know. We just want to walk out of here unharmed. Want to return home. We'll live with what we did. We'll live with all of the Desperantania and the Anguinescence, and just we'll live. We'll own up. We'll live with it all for the rest of our elven lives.
You should buy a book.
Hmm?
A dictionary.
A dictionary.
I'm just kidding. It'd probably be too dense for you anyway. Continue.
Says, do we have an agreement?
Well, unfortunately, there's more than just me. I
I really
don't.
don't think you're in a position to be bargaining, pal.
That's true.
If you want my honest opinion, anybody who sacrifices their child for the sake of some kind of familial honor deserves to die. So
I'm
that's
gonna
my
I
guess.
want your corpse so I can experiment with it.
I need
gonna-
Alexander to make an intimidation check with advantage.
Oh God.
Because the moment you say that, in an almost horrific moment, both of their sets of eyes lock onto you.
Oh God.
And you, just passively...
Guidance. You said guidance? Oh God. It's still not gonna be that high. Yeah, it's literally an 11. I
you just
rolled
got
a
inspired.
6 and a 7.
You got
and then a one.
inspired.
You
bud.
got inspired, you have
got it.
advantage. Nobushi Nueve just inspired you.
Do it.
Awesome. Please.
Oh God damn it.
Do it for him.
So what's that? A 14 now. I rolled
14.
a 10.
Did you
Okay.
And a
run?
1 on
Did
the
you roll your
4.
guidance for that one as well?
Yes, I did. Oh,
Oh.
I mean, does it matter if I roll it differently? It's still a 1, so it's still 14. God damn it. Yo, fuck it. I'll burn my last chrono shift. God, fuck. Who cares, man? It's still a 10. God damn it.
What
It's
the
14.
fuck? Someone inspire him again. You got inspired again. Your girlfriend inspired you.
Go!
Roll
Literally-
again.
How many times can I roll poorly in a row? Let's find out. That was an 8 this time, so it's a 14.
What?
Oh my god! I hate this
You
game.
got inspired again. If you want to re-roll, just roll once
Yo,
more.
You know,
Burn the kings.
19, baby.
19. God damn it! Burn your fucking
It had
teams.
to happen statistically. At some
Statistically, one of
We had
these
to
days.
roll above a 10 at some point.
There was I was
I
recently
need
watching.
proficiency or something,
man.
expertise or something in intimidation. I don't
Yes.
fucking know. It's the only way to work.
I was recently watching a D&D live stream last week, and they're
Oh my
doing a
God.
charity stream in which every a certain amount of dollars you donated, you could influence the campaign. What the top tier of donations was like, if you donate $200 to this charity, the DM will throw out the script and improv the campaign from then on out, which I think is fucking amazing. But one of them was, if you donate X amount of money, you will inspire the whole party. And they got so many donations that each party member had like 5 points of inspiration. It was unbelievable.
god.
One player on a single roll burnt all of their points of inspiration because they rolled no higher than like a 7 on any of their rolls. And I'm like, too fucking relatable.
Carson and Jacob, do we want to
Yep.
mention it?
It was there for the time we spent like 15 points across all of us to get Austin to keep, or the DM to keep re-rolling a save against Austin's spell.
It's just,
It was very important that we succeeded on casting that spell, and so
It
we
was-
literally
it was
burnt
pretty
15
neat.
points of inspiration.
we'll edit all that out in post. Yeah. We'll make sure that none of that enters, and then it's just Austin, roll this check, and you roll super high.
Yeah.
Um,
Woo, 19 right off the bat.
right off, first try, baby. So I don't
Magic of editing.
I'm gonna be dead ass honest with you, Austin. I have truly forgotten at this point what I even asked you to roll.
You had me roll intimidation.
Intimidation.
Intimidation check.
'Cause we were talking
That's
around
how
the circle
long
and
that
Ale-
went on.
Yeah, and Alexander said-
Intimidation
yeah.
check. It lands, and you only got no insight needed. You know, you can tell. You hit a nerve. You hit the nail on the head. You tapped into something when you said, upholding a family name for killing your daughter. And they look up. You see that for the first time, Dad. And I've already forgotten his name. You only learned it once. Nevarth.
Neville.
He is at a loss for words. He
Thank
hesitates
God.
when Alexander mentions that. And Mom, she says, Yes! Alright, yes. Long time ago, we threw ourselves at the Undying Court. We worshipped them for as long as we could. But the practices, the rituals, the devotion, eventually we couldn't take it, and my husband has a way with words, and we tried tried proving them wrong. It was fine. It was all well and good. It's revolution. It's all, and it's not as easy as you'd think going up against nearly immortal beings. Who would have thought, right? Right? And he sort of like falteringly mumbles like, "Honey, stop. No! We moved to Sharn, we moved to Breland, we went across the seas, we went to a whole new continent. Sharn, the city of towers, it's a beautiful place, there's so many opportunities, and here we are. Just found a life together, and made a fortune, and had a daughter, and been lovely. And she had to fall in love with a damned priest of the Undying Court in the Gates of Passage, and wanted to run off and get married with him. And of course, as a priest of the Undying Court, he couldn't. His faith wouldn't allow it. She was an exile. But neither one of them knew that. And if word got out that we were all exiles, Eberron, they could never be in love. They could never get married. And if she found out, she would hate us. She found out that she could never get married to her love. She would loathe us. She would leave us forever. And
So instead,
Looks
you
like
killed her?
Looks like she left you anyway.
my husband has a way with words.
I've heard enough words. I think that I've heard everything I wanted to hear. Well, I guess you got what you wanted. She's
And in the
gone, but
and in the
I guess-
process, you took her and this priest's right to choose for themselves.
2 young lives snuffed out by your stubborn pride.
Who has a passive perception of 10 or higher? Little show of hands. All of
Hey.
you. Yikes. You all notice that during this, Dad has been mumbling underneath breath, just barely audible.
I put my hand on his head
Can
and I just start to pulse a little bit of my last first level spell slot, like cure wounds, like just like his head starts bleeding just a little bit. His eyes start bleed. He starts bleeding from his eyes and nose and ears. I'm like, don't, just don't.
And they both fall silent.
I put my hand back in like my coat pocket and I look at everybody else and I'm just like sheepishly like, we should call the watch, shouldn't we?
Let's, yeah. And like, Bob looks, like, angry. Like, the anger of a father being faced with parents who killed their child.
I would, I'm not going to go through all the effort of redeeming it in chat. But it flashback. Both, I guess, Bob, Morel, both of you, person you kind of said how Bob's kind of feeling or seeming about this situation. Morel, who is a parent and grandparent, like grandparent of a billion little turtle children. How was Morel feeling about this this idea of killing
After
to
Travis, I'd also like to expound upon this moment.
Yeah. So how's Morel feeling about this idea of killing to maintain familial reputation?
Morel just like gives up on them at that point. He doesn't think of them as parents at this point. He just thinks them as selfish beings who forgot what parenting is. It's like he like goes through his mind of like all the sacrifices he had to make for his children, and he's like, no, you don't do that.
And Julian, if you'll make an Arcana check for me before you begin your flashbacking.
20, dirty 20.
So, one of the last things she says was, "My husband has a way with words." And you remember that she was trying to cast Speak with Dead, and you see his withered hand, and you start getting this just intuition, this inkling that they were going to try and bring her back.
You were going to bring her back. For what purpose?
And both of them are at a slight loss for words. He kind of speaks up and says, we tried getting her brought back the right ways, if there's such thing. Of course, we couldn't go to the Gates of Passage because we're exiles. They wouldn't revive her. And if we begged and pleaded, tried taking her to the Panaceum or any of the House Durasco clerics who could work that type of magic, and they did their preliminary checks. They said that wouldn't be good if we did. Her soul was lost or misted, or just that it would be bad, and I didn't believe it. She was good.
Magic can't fix everything.
Something
Death
like
is
that.
death. You killed her. You wouldn't have had this problem if you can't fix every wound that you inflict with magic.
I mean, it was an accident.
And it's one you're going to have to live with. And you're not disturbing her from whatever rest she got just because you were selfish.
You wouldn't deserve to have your daughter back anyway.
No matter what you may think, death is permanent.
And quickly, you see that Dad starts to get mouthy and say, tell that to the Undying and quickly anyone can tell that he's losing his temper and just trying to get mad, and so you can, stop him from speaking.
I kick him in the head.
Say Magic Stone just falls
Unconscious. And she just kind of falls quiet at that. Is there any other things you guys would like to do?
Someone call the watch. I'm tired of this. We've got our answers. I don't like them, but we solved the case for whatever it's worth.
How are we even calling the watch anyway? Like, out of
I would caution. We have committed what is arguably a litany of crimes in the course of this investigation, and our client asked us to keep it secret. So perhaps we take a different approach.
I don't think we have created any crimes.
No, we've just self-defense.
Well, I mean, breaking and entering, trespassing, disturbing of corpses.
We didn't disturb any
Eliminating
corpses. We didn't do that. You have no. There is no person who is outside who would know.
Look,
I say,
And death
we
does not
leave him.
need to be.
I say we
permanent,
leave him
but-
here.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. I need to I paint this two sides of the canvas. Julian just finished telling these people death is death. You can't reverse that. And what did Morel just say? Travis?
Death doesn't have to be permanent. That's.
Black and
I
white, yin and yang, right there.
I disagree.
I'm more so saying that like the act of death should not be treated as something that's so easily reversible.
I think
Like,
it still stands. I think it stands. I
yeah,
think the
the
canvas
thing is-
stands.
Sure, if you
I
say
think
so.
death is not something that you should.
If there's a
take
world
lightly.
of magic, I think I do agree that maybe perhaps if you kill your own person, that's maybe you shouldn't be able to say, "Oh no, I didn't do it." But at the same time, isn't that kind of what magic is for? It doesn't matter. You created a crime. We have not, that anybody can prove, and so we.
Roman,
Yeah.
you, as this is happening, this sort of moral discussion of what's to come, I imagine Roman doesn't have too many strong opinions on this at the moment, and your eyes kind of linger, and you realize that Mom is wide-eyed looking at you. And as they're having this moral discussion, let's see how effectively she does. She mouths the words, "Kill us."
Oh.
I would love to.
And like her husband, he's unconscious, has a stone-shaped bruise on his forehead, and she is sitting there, looking at you.
You haven't seen it. It's just wait. It's just Roman, right?
Yeah, it's just.
I'm
Roman at the moment.
I'm not reacting to
Yeah.
anything with that.
Okay.
I'm not pretending. I didn't see that.
Effectively, Roman, you have just mere seconds before their moral discussion ends. Alan, what do? You don't have a lot of time to act.
I walk up to her and I knock her out.
So you give her kind of just a quick kick or some form of just putting her back down, and then they're both unconscious, and you now have quiet chamber space to chat.
And
I just look at everyone after this. I go, we've got our answers. I'm tired. Do whatever you want with them. I'm going home. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And I just like hands in pockets. I look at like people that I figure might not want to stick around if they do end up killing them. I look at like Bob and I'm like, if you want to join me, I don't want to see it. I don't care if they die. I just don't want to be here for it.
I was gonna say,
yes.
well, we were hired by Andre. What if we just give her these two? Tell her what happened.
You want to give you want to give a someone the best friend's murderers, who happen to be her parents, and you want to say they did it, and you want to just pass the blame. I don't think that passing the blame off to somebody else is going to do much for us. I mean, I don't much like how they have.
No, I'm saying like we go to Andre, tell her what happened, and then leave her with the parents and let her decide what to do.
Maybe stay present for the decision, just because, you know, the fact that they threw the kind of magic that they threw at us, I don't want to leave them alone with anybody.
I don't know if it'd be safe to leave them. I don't know how long they would stay unconscious.
Yeah, I don't know about giving the responsibility. It's still just passing the buck, right? So we're saying to her, like,
She is the
this
one
is
who
what-
asked us to keep this on the down low.
yeah, but it's a crime. We should just we can keep it on the down low, but in the end, right? Like it is not, as Bob has said, it is not our responsibility to kill people. It's not our responsibility to let people go whenever they have committed a crime. Just because a client says we should, I mean, I'm not an investigator. I just sell drugs, but I don't. I mean, keeping it quiet is fine. I don't know, man. I just
Okay, well,
maybe we shouldn't tell the watch. I don't know. It's not my job.
I honestly, I don't care. We can leave them here. They can go about their business.
I'm
That
going to
damage is
stay
done.
here.
I don't think you should do that. I don't think that we shouldn't be here if we leave them here and they wake up. They need to. They're still dangerous. You saw he was trying to do something just now.
But he wasn't hurting anybody. They haven't hurt anybody. They have legitimately just talked about raising their child back from the dead, and
They
parent.
They killed this innocent young man too.
They did do that, yes.
They were
And
about
then
to
they
kill you.
also attacked us in the process of us trying to talk to them. So they've hurt a lot of people. I don't know if you remember, but 2 of our companions here almost kicked the bucket because of them. Because they decided to attack us. One of 2 things is going to happen. They're going to go away in chains, or they're going to leave this world right here and now. That's what I believe. And that's what's going to happen. So we can make one of those 2 decisions, or I will make it for us.
And at that point, Roman, the image flashes in your eyes again of her saying, "Kill us." And you sort of ascertain that they would rather die than go to jail and have their name ruined.
What does my patron want?
You, God, you're so far away from water. Make a charisma check.
There's a bunch of salt water on the ground right now.
There is a bunch of salt water on the
I
ground.
can
He
create
just
water.
he takes up the puke and the water that's on the ground.
Actually, I have create or destroy water. Would it help
There's
to
salt
kinda-
water on the ground because of the jug. So, yeah. Just make a charisma check.
Okay.
The jug.
The jug. Who knew that the jug would be one of the most clutch items in this? Like the mayonnaise way at the beginning for the icebreakers?
You can use it for so much stuff. I'm just like, wonderful.
Why would you not
Like
take
oil
that?
too.
Right?
That's unbelievable. Anyway,
23.
what did you roll?
19.
What the fuck?
Give me your luck, Alan.
On the first, I'm used to killing a man, hiding the body, and destroying the evidence. On the
Can
first
confirm.
date.
Can confirm.
I'm not good at voices. I'm not a voice actor. character, so there's no way I'm going to be able to emulate a Cthulhuian, fathomless voice.
Hey!
In
Hey.
any way. Yeah, you should let that. No. That made
Darsh.
Rachel,
Roman,
that made
it's
Rachel
me, your
LOL.
patron.
And this is the same one I
Hello,
was
I'm your
like,
patron.
Hey, you want to see some funky shit?
Hey Roman, it's your patron. Let's go bowling.
It's supposed to be funky
That was
shit.
one of the better accents that has come out of
I'm out.
this group, I gotta say. Your
Um,
mouth, yes.
Roman, when you you look and you stare at the salt water and vomit on the ground, and you stare at it and watch it to no one else, it's just salt water and vomit. To you, it is morphing into messages and almost a visage for you to ascertain meaning from. And you get a response that says, they have called something terrible into this world for their own deeds. If they die, it arrives here. If they live, they have unfulfilled their portion of the bargain. Careful.
Hate that.
Wow.
There's
What if
only
we just-
room for a certain number of powerful entities here.
And of course,
just tell
all
them to
this
leave
time,
town?
yeah,
You're
Of course,
about to
all
like
the
fucking
time-
kill them.
yeah, like
Oh,
my
yeah.
my sword is like at least one of their throats.
They do have a hand, like a black hand.
I'll say.
What was that?
Yeah.
Well, they would rather die than live with their own shame and mistakes. I think it would be a worse punishment if they live. If this is discovered, once we
I say
tell
we just-
Andre,
Yeah.
I'm
Cost them
inclined
their
to
name.
agree.
she'll let everyone know, and they'll be ridiculed, outcast, and exiled again.
We could always just anonymously call or see if we could figure out a way to call the Sharn Watch without having us like ourselves being caught in that, right?
I think that if the Sharn Watch comes at this point, they might just kill themselves.
Not if we don't let them.
I think we just
Dump them.
I-
I say we dump them at the nearest Sharn Watch precinct.
Yeah, let's do
And
it.
I've got, I didn't leave in great standing, but I've still got some connections, and I can call through. Nobody needs to ask any prying questions, and just let them know what the deal is, where the bodies are, and they'll live the rest of their long elvish lives with the knowledge of what they've done.
I agree. Let's
Sure.
do that.
It is now come across 12:04 at night, so or 1 o'clock, and
Probably
we should
close
probably
to 2
just,
at this point.
it's 2 o'clock, so we should probably go to bed.
If we
Dios mío, that was close.
if we bind them, I can carry them on this disc.
All right, let's do it.
So you're dropping them off at the nearest Sharn Watch garrison?
Yeah,
And I will
And-
carry them on the tensor floating disc.
and can I just use my I know a guy for the session to just like have an old buddy I can call up and be like,
Let's go.
hey,
Ooh,
hey
excuse me.
Gary, don't ask too many questions, but here's the deal. Here's where you find the bodies. I didn't tell you this.
Sure. Using I know a guy, I'm gonna take one last toilet cat break, and I will come back with the resolution to this case and the soap opera twist end. And I'll
Oh
be right
no.
back.
Oh no. I didn't realize we hadn't got to that. I thought the soap opera twist was the parents. I don't know. Cthulhu. Fuck,
think
I don't know.
This is the first case we will have wrapped up on stream. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Oh man.
Whew.
Because the first 2 cases that were wrapped up pre-stream, which was the Dask and then the Necromancer. We've been sitting on this.
And the one I was
we were there
on.
for the theater one, but
Yeah.
the theater one. It was a classic. Somebody gets stabbed on stage where the prop has been switched out.
Amazing.
Yep.
Damn, I'm sad I missed that one.
It was fun. There were some very colorful characters. There's we had a thrilling chase sequence.
Wait, was the theater one not on stream?
No, that was right before we started
That
streaming.
was right before, yeah.
Gotcha. Jeez, we've been
Some
doing
of the
this for
stream
so long.
stuff started with the murders, the house killer.
Yeah. You know what? Austin is looking pretty cute. Can we all appreciate that?
You know what, Travis? I appreciate you, even if you cannot appreciate
I wasn't saying I can't appreciate
you.
you. I was just saying I can't appreciate your cuteness. That's not what I'm appreciating right now.
Is that what you appreciate?
He's appreciating Final Fantasy.
I am
Yeah.
appreciating. Actually, I logged out of Final Fantasy. Thank you. You missed that.
Oh,
It doesn't yell at you whenever.
development.
It doesn't yell at you whenever I log out. It just yells at you when I log in. No, I've been playing a lot of Valheim recently. Thank you.
Ooh, fun.
It is very good.
That is still in early access, right? Am I correct?
Yes, it is. It literally just launched, I think, recently.
It's Valheim?
Yeah, Valheim.
It's basically okay. So the gist of it, from what was explained to me, is that you are in Viking purgatory, and it's essentially like a survival game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
That sounds
So
rad.
like
Whatever
you
you
can
just
you
said.
can build Valheim. It's early
Oh,
access. It
yeah,
just
yeah,
came out
yeah.
on.
I've
Steam.
seen a couple people streaming that recently.
It is all the rage.
I'm gonna go ahead and answer at least part of that for you, Nobushi Nueve. I am at the bottom of that list because I know what it looks like when my head is shaved, and it looks.
Wait, do you mean
bad.
characters or people? Because honestly, Spike with a shaved head, that's just Spike. So I don't understand.
If you're talking about all of us, if Austin's the worst, then I'm next worst because I have a really big forehead.
I'm gonna be
so
dead
I
ass
shave my
honest,
head.
and this is no diss for anyone, because Travis is very close to having a shaved head. Like he's.
I've already shaved my head. Yeah, I had my
recently,
shaved head.
and
Yeah.
it looks good. So I feel
Yeah.
like Travis is near the top of that list. Carson has
No.
had long
I have
hair
that.
5 ever, so truly I don't know.
Like
I should have it back in high school.
fully shaved head for me, no. Like if I shaved the sides and like left some length on the top, I've done that before, and that looks okay. Like that looks fine.
As far
But
as
fully shaved head, no.
as far as characters though, that's really hard to say because
Cornelius has a luscious locks.
I would say Wendelin has some really good hair. I feel like Varian would probably look the worst with a shaved head.
Yeah.
just in general.
Yeah, so much of Varian's like silhouette is just the big crazy
Hair.
hair.
The signature, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, we'll do that on some Sharn Nights After Dark, which we today and yesterday we had non-stop snow here. And so for a good chunk of last night our internet was like dead on arrival. And so we had to postpone our recorded Sharn Nights After Dark. And so Tuesday night, for my Patreon people, we were recording our Sharn Nights After Dark with our lovely Travis and Xavier to answer some amazing questions about Oleg, about Morel, about Spike, about Dr. Zero, and about who would look best with a shaved head. So that's going to be a lot of fun. I'm very excited for that. And we're going to get into the last little bit of our session because it's already 11:10 here. I know it's later for you guys. So we'll be wrapping up here right now. So, is that stream too? It is not streamed. It is pre-recorded and posted on my Patreon. So we do a Sharn Nights After Dark. It's the only after XYZ show that I do for my D&D campaigns. It'd be fun to do more, but right now it's just for Sharn Nights because it's been the most long ongoing campaign. So let's get wrapped up here. You guys, you drop off bodies, do some I know a guide to make it as discreet and quiet as possible. Let's put that on the sidebar for now. Put that on the back of the stove for a minute. At this point, by the time you drop off the bodies, it's 1:30, closing it on 2 a.m. Are you going to go and try and seek out Andre right now, or wait until the morning?
Morning.
Morning?
Yeah.
Morning
Okay.
would be best.
So you wait until the following day. Sun rises. You all fully rested. You gain everything back, but negligible at this point. A few of you still retain a few scars from the encounter the day before. Travis, I think your wife wants you. Yeah.
What's up, honey? I'm going through soon.
I love it. Oh man, playing D&D as an adult. You know, I had this idea the other day of like, man, if any of my friends have kids, it's gonna be impossible to play D&D with them anymore. Like,
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna be like, get the
Not-
fuck in the other room. Daddy's busy.
Yeah.
I
You
just
remember
need
that
my kids to play D&D, dude.
interview where the door opens in the back
and the kid walks in. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I love it. I love episodes of Talks Machina where Sam is on and his
And
kid
his
will come
kids
in. And he's
walk
like,
in.
I told you not to come
Yeah,
in
I love
here."
that.
They know.
And there have been, and I don't know whether I admire it or I admonish it, but there have been some D&D streams that I'll watch where like they'll be in the middle of playing and like one of the players will be like, I'll be right back. And they'll like mute the camera and stuff, and then like 30 minutes pass and they come back and be like, yeah, sorry, my kid has a stomach bug, and so they just woke up. It's like 2 a.m. and they were just vomiting all over their room. We got it cleaned up. We're good now. So, what's been happening? And I'm like, your kid's fucking throwing up, and you're playing D&D still? What's wrong with you? But at the same time, I'm like, thank you for your commitment to this campaign. And so it's like, I don't know what to feel.
I'll just sub
Timmy,
my
mop
kid.
it up. I'm fighting a lich.
Yeah, it's so weird. So the following morning, you all, you take a trip up to Skyway, spend a few silver pieces for the trip. You find Andre de Galanda at the Dragon's Hoard. As a group, you can decide, or one of you can take the reins. What information do you convey? What evidence do you give to signify that her friend is or is not dead?
Did you have an idea, Austin? You can go ahead.
Because that was originally what you were paid for, is to prove that her friend was or was not dead.
Okay, Logan.
Yes.
So I should have thought of this earlier, but I didn't. But I would like to think of it now.
You are intelligent.
Yeah, I am intelligent. Could I have recorded the conversation with the parents on my spell shard?
On your spell shard.
Not all of it, right?
Probably not all of it. We'll say you were
Their
smart.
confession.
Yeah, so you could have tuned in at the right times.
Yeah.
I'll have you make well, we're gonna make this as I'm gonna put all the blame on Austin as possible.
Oh, good.
Austin, roll 1d6 for me.
Oh no.
Get your inspires ready.
It's 1d6.
1.
You need to make a DC 11 intelligence check. If you succeed, you recorded the confession.
Since this is an intelligence-based roll, please
Guidance.
God Kairos. Please God Kairos.
Guidance.
Yes, you guidance D4.
No, I don't even need it. It's a 22.
He did it, baby.
I did it without help.
So you have and honestly, the spell shards that you were given that have the actual case file on it, you can sort of just like hard erase the information on that and record over that, or just record addition a certain number of words. Either way, you have physical evidence of confession in their own voices. And effectively, for Andre, that's enough. Especially with if you discuss, like, you know, you open the coffin, you found the body, and kind of convey some of the details of the interaction, and then the actual confession, it's enough. So, she, of course, as Andre does, it's a little less jubilant than the original interaction. She buys you all some lunch, some mimosas for, you know, meeting her in the morning. She treats you guys. It's a more somber brunch. It's a bit less quiet, or it's a little quiet, less raucous as the literal night before, which some of you might still be a little hungover from, maybe. Both from drinking with her and also hungover from just the damage and degree of trauma you went through during that encounter.
I had a tall glass of milk when I got back.
I drank Sharn's equivalent of Fireball. 'Cause I'm
At 11 in the morning, you get a glass of Fireball. She, of course, she was willing to pay for payment and expenses. So, because you have such concrete physical evidence, and she kind of follows up and says, so what did you do with them? And you turn them into the Sharn Watch. There's no further investigations to be done. You did it in a very tidy manner for what you could have done. Between expenses and everything, she pays you 225 gold pieces, divided amongst the 6 of you.
Oh.
However, you didn't have to pay for any meals, any travel. For you spellcasters, she repays you for any components you used. For you artificers, pays for any extra materials you need to prepare future concoctions and rebuildings. So effectively, 225 gold pieces profit. No other expenses necessary. Pays for brunch. But the real win, and this is more for your main characters and any future side arcs, you have made a very, very good friend in the Skyway, the most powerful and important district of Sharn. Or if you need future good work.
Nice.
So, 225 divided by 6 is...
36.66666.
I assumed one of you had done the math. So 36 gold pieces per each of you.
With 4 left over.
Here's what we'll say. We'll round that up to a nice, neat 37 for each of you. 37 gold pieces, which...
Hell yeah.
Not a lot, but... For people who have been down on their luck, looking for an extra side job and building up this organization, that's a big win.
It's like a 24-hour gig for, like, what some people make, more than some people make in a year here.
Exactly. You could pretty much take the rest of the year off and be fine. So, you all go about your day-to-day lives. You return back to Rick and Grey Castle, or not Rick and Grey Castle, whatever alias he has adapted, and report your earnings. You still have the extra case to potentially follow up on about the cheating spouse, but that's for a later story. You return to your day-to-day jobs, your day-to-day operations, and go about your normal business until you're ready to regroup with some fellow investigators and follow up on the cheating spouse. Now this time, we're going to point our direction toward the sidebar, where you had dumped off the bodies, or the unconscious bodies of the Langhorn family. The nearest garrison is actually in Death's Gate itself, and in fact, this whole entry, I guess, this whole vision scene is for our players and audience. Your characters, Bob, Roman, Alexander, they're all done. They're going about their lives. This is for Austin, this is for Travis, this is for Xavier. And all of our people watching at home. Because we have finished with this case, and next week we are picking up with our primary characters. Oleg, Donovan, Cornelius, everybody. Maybe not Wendolyn. Alan and I still have to talk about that.
Alan gets a week off.
Alan gets a week off.
You take a break. You deserve it, traitor.
So this is for everyone sort of out of game. We can take a breather. You can sit back and relax. Bob reaches out to a contact. You reach out to one of the Sharn Watchmen in the Death's Gate garrison. Earlier that day, the Death's Gate garrison had a shocking increase in business, as it were. As Katarine Orion and her driver experienced a devastating crash in the guild, and several Death's Gate Guild mercenaries suffered a detrimental attack at the street. The Sharn Watch muffled that. The journalist and accompanying mercenaries were acquitted. It was brushed off, self-defense. However, some were still lost in the attack. Some were rushed off for emergency healing. The investigators went off about their business, and then there was an explosion at the Jurassico Healing House mere moments after. In the meantime, during that day, the Sharn Watch garrison was in constant ruckus. People rushing around trying to figure out where they needed to be. The people working as clerks in the garrison were struggling. In fact, they were given instructions that if certain investigators hired by Alden de Orion were to arrive on the scene, that they were supposed to sign a lot of paperwork regarding their private investigator positions and their relationship to the Sharn Watch and all sorts of stuff, and they never did. And so by the time night falls and people are working themselves to the bone on everything that has happened, paperwork still unsigned, Katarine Orion's body sitting in post-autopsy, things are a bit stressful here at this garrison. And now they get word from just effectively a slip of paper dropped off to the desk of a secretary who has had enough on their plate today. Sees that 2 murderers wait unconscious in a nearby location. Stressed and working 16 to 24-hour shifts, the Sharn Watch goes over and finds the bodies of the Langhorn parents, waiting for them perfectly manacled and ready for arrest. Most of the job done for them, the Sharn Watch takes them away to the Sharn Watch garrison, dumps them into some cells, and waits to process them and interrogate them and figure out what the deal is regarding the evidence and information that was provided. However, the mortician at this Sharn Watch garrison, a House Jurassico member, kind of elderly in years, balding, wearing his lab coat, rushes up from where he was finishing up processing the body of Katarine Orion, rushes up to the secretary's desk and says, I know it's late. I'm sorry. I need a message sent right away. Says, yes, and can I send that to you? The investigators that came by here. Oh, it's Ray Madani, Oleg Kundarak. You know the group. They were in here earlier. They should have signed the books. Says, actually, we need signatures from them. They did not sign the books, and sorry, You know who I'm speaking about, right? And filled with not anger, but just urgency. Yes, I remember them. What message? I'm gonna have to send it off to the Orient messengers, and it might take a little while. He says, no, express. Are you sure that's gonna come out of the fund? He says, I know it's gonna come out of my funding. I don't give a damn. Send it now. All right, fine. What's the message? I was processing Katarina Orien's body, and I've never. She has a dragon mark. Apparently she didn't even know she had it. It is so. I've never seen something so small and discreet. It's a mere mark, and pardon my language. It's on her rear. And you see that the secretary, like, excuse me, what? You heard me. It's on her rear. It is small, no larger than a freckle. It took me some strenuous examinations, some magical examinations, but it radiated that undeniable dragon marked magic. She was dragon marked, and those investigators, they were the first victim. She had a note in her hand, and the first victim was dragon marked. And she says, slow down. So she was dragon marked. What else? She was dragon marked. The first victim, in Vegas, the half orc, dragon marked. And Tang Fei, dragon marked. They've all been dragon marked. You have to let them know. The Kundarak Manor, the Madani Manor, wherever that private investigator that they're friends with, whoever was here, send them a message now. Take it out of my budget. I don't give a damn. Says, all right, fine. Great. And she takes some notes. She takes it. She sends it off, and eventually, after moments, it reaches an Orient messaging station with the exact text of exactly that information. At this point, damn, it is 4 a.m. Middle of the night. This is the night before the attack in High Walls. The messages reach the Orient station. They send them out with a messenger ready to be delivered to House Kundarak, House Madani, all the way to even Donovan's address over in the University District. But the messages never arrive. Cut short by some insidious intermediary. And then the day unfolds. The investigators go about their business. They reach Little Barovia, Ina Button's apartment, High Walls, and then eventually Ambassador Tower, where they are being interrogated for potential involvement in this terrorist attack. And that's going to be the end of this new hires arc.
Bitch.
Sweet.
I am so glad you guys said I'm going to drop those bodies off at the nearest garrison, because boy howdy, that's what happened. And that is my soap opera ending.
Whew.
Fuck. Shit, dude.
And so
we
Find
had-
out what happens next time.
find out
we
what
had
happens.
someone-
And so, like I said, characters: Donovan, Cornelius, even Wendelin. You don't know this. This is just for you players to really stir the pot and rustle your jimmies.
Yeah. I'm imagining like each of these messengers like within sight of the manor, and then just like flash, and they get pulled back into darkness, and it's just mad world.
like
We had
yeah,
someone
playing
assume
Magic.
that they were all dragon marked though, so
That too,
like
and you also have all speculated that, well, for right reason, and also for super meta reasons, certain people in the Sharn Watch might not be that trustworthy. So, that is an amazing dramatic way to end this new higher story. So next week, next Monday, we're not jumping to the theme here yet. Let me jump us over. We're going to be diving back into our main characters. Now, this is both an announcement for audience and players. Next week is going to be very sort of character by character, bit by bit, what happens during this moment of time. For our audience people and players, it's going to be very dramatic. For some people, it might be very sad. And for some people, it might be very awakening. But only time will tell, and we will cross that bridge when we get there next week. I have been so looking forward. The past few, so usually a few days before Monday, I am like, oh man, I gotta prep for Sharn Nights. I gotta prep for this stuff. But I had all of that previous story, the previous case, I had that planned out. That's been in the works. That was session 1. I had it all done. But the past few days, I'm like, oh man, I gotta figure out what's happening to Spike. I gotta figure out what's happening to Varian. I gotta figure out what's happening to Cornelius. And I'm like, nah, man, I got another week for that shit. But it's all brewing. And so we're going to have a very dramatic, very character-oriented session next week. Like, we're diving in headfirst with our people. It's going to be a lot of fun. Themes of anti-tyranny. Maybe. It depends on how they roll. So, can I get some, I just gotta know, can I get some thoughts from you guys? How was that little side arc? How you feeling?
I think there's a lot of moral questions to ask about death and things like that. That could be a whole long conversation about just that.
And exploring the nuances of why our characters reacted the way that they did.
Exactly, yeah. There's
for both, and for the other case that you guys claimed, I'm delving into those, like, Sherlock Holmes archetypes, those Holmesian stories. And there are a few Sherlock Holmes stories where he opts to let the criminal free because of either benevolent motives or from trying to reduce the amount of suffering, things like that. And so I really try to channel that with this in hopes to give you really a challenging conclusion.
Yeah, this was absolutely a moral dilemma, and like one I'm glad we faced, but one I was definitely not prepared to face, particularly with this character.
Yeah.
Because like, hey,
And
I
the
don't
whole
know.
time that we've been playing this arc.
Yeah, because I have other characters who would have been absolutely like, yeah, let's fucking kill them, let's dump their bodies somewhere they won't be found. But it was interesting. Yeah. Miss Belladonna's. But I liked this arc because it had great moments of levity and people being very creative with their abilities and spells. But also dealing with just like dark realities is that, I mean, parallel like real life honor killings things in our world. So yeah, I liked this one.
I'm glad. And and normally this would be like a Sharn Nights After Dark thing, but I kind of want to give like a little taste. And I'm also curious on my own behalf. One of the things that I've done on my Patreon and I saw a notification very briefly on my phone that someone subscribed to my Patreon. I don't know who it was, but thank you very much for your support. It's helping me not work a soul-crushing capitalist job for the rest of my life. So to give a little sneak peek, occasionally, it's been a while since I've done it, I might do it this week, is on my Patreon, do just a sort of round table DM adventure writing chat. And where we just talk about writing adventures and how to structure certain things. And as I've said previously in my roundtables, one of the things that I really aimed to do with Sharn Nights was to take D&D and just stretch it to its absolute limits, because there are so many spells and abilities that go underused because of the typical D&D fantasy campaign. And I wanted Sharn Nights to really be a way for people to flex those underused spells. And by God, Tensor's floating disc? Who knew? And I'm looking at you, Travis. Stone cunning?
Yeah.
I've tried, man. I really tried. So
it's like pre-stream, we used it like every session.
I did my best. Recently, it's been harder to use because it's been, you guys going to jail. But I really wanted to utilize as much as possible. And so, one thing, I am a nerd. I like to read, and I majored in English. So my ways of prepping for this campaign and writing adventures in this style is to read the Sherlock Holmes short stories and to read classic pulp mysteries from the 1920s through 40s. So, one of the notable traits of pulp stories from way back when is that they introduce the plot, they introduce the characters, but they don't give the reader enough information until the very end to decipher what the mystery is. And by that, I mean, they introduce the story, but then at the very end, they're like, wait a minute, it was this character who had not been introduced yet, who was the real culprit all along, and that's the end of the story. You've watched shows and movies that do stuff like that, and I hate that. That's bad writing. That's no fun to get introduced to the villain at the very last page of the story. So, for me, this was a very classic homage of like Sherlock Holmes, pulp story, there's a mystery, you're gonna get to the ending. As my players, how did you feel on the investigator side about clues and the mystery and solving at the end? What was your opinion?
With this case?
For this case specifically.
Okay,
The Langhorn murder, or an empty grave, or whatever it is. I know this is kind of a big question to drop kind of at the end, but I figured while it's fresh, what was it like?
We had all the variable. I feel like we had all the information we needed. It was just like when we got there, we were able to like put it together, like them being in love, that kind of stuff. Because as soon as I figured out, like, as soon as we realized that his body was also there and he was like dead as well, which we realized like mid combat was when the wheels started spinning, and I was like, okay, this may be like Alexander said, like a Romeo and Juliet type deal.
Yeah.
And it ended up being that, but I guess less dumb and more sad.
Yeah, it seems like we got pieces along the way, which as we got the next piece, or the piece after that, made sense. And, I mean, like the fact that the parents attacked us with magic when they first came in, it was just like, oh, they were dabbling in some weird stuff.
Yeah.
And then it was just like, oh, it's part of the reason why they killed their daughter. The foreshadowing with like the priest being missing too. Yeah, I thought it was a well constructed mystery.
We had a lot of the what we needed to decipher the what, but and put context, and putting context to that allowed us to find the why, and I feel like that is what
Richard, I'm about to write that down because I need to do some. I want to look into that because that sounds super cool. One of the and I really wanted to avoid that idea of like, effectively by the end of the mystery, I didn't want to be as the DM feeding you the end of the mystery. I wanted you to be making your own conclusions by the end, even if I was like filling in some of the gaps. I wanted you to like reach that conclusion of like, oh, they did this.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, absolutely. You can ask me a question.
As far as the other case, you talk about the like you don't want to introduce someone last minute because like that's cheap. So what I'm deciphering from that, it's somebody we've already met. We just need to figure out why and who that is.
Quite possibly.
I have a number of suspects.
Yes,
in mind.
and significantly more of that will be revealed in next week's session because I have a lot planned for each of you.
I'm terrified.
You should be.
Yeah, don't you saying that when you said to me or to like us when you were like I was thinking of like what to do with everybody, and then you were like, I've spent a lot of time thinking about what's going to happen to Cornelius. I went, no, don't you say that.
The first one that came to mind was Cornelius, and Austin just pooped himself like that. He was like, no, please no.
No, please no.
I have so much planned for all of you, and I'm very pumped about it. And I hope a lot of our viewers are on for the ride because it is going to be deeply awful and traumatic.
Been having a lot of that in D&D recently.
Yes. But
Sorry, Carson.
It's fine.
But and to sort of ease my players a little bit, maybe I have forewarned them of the way that the adventure or the campaign might be structured. However, that's all dependent on if they can get ahead and stop it from happening. And so it is very contingent on what they do. And they probably hate that.
I mean, that's D&D, baby.
D&D.
That's showbiz, baby.
That's showbiz, baby.
So, on that note, any final thoughts as we depart for a time?
Fuck, man.
So, like
Can't
I
wait for
said,
it to
you
be
do have a case left from the Icebreaker Challenge. So, in the future, if we feel necessary to take a break, there we go. We got characters, we got a case. And all along the way, your little investigative agency is going to be collecting new interns and investigators, and you can make new characters and delve into some new cases, delve deeper into Sharn, and I am deeply looking forward to it.
I only have 6 slots in D&D Beyond, so I will not be using Morel again. So
Everyone Venmo Travis some money so he can invest it.
I can just send you a form fillable PDF, and you can keep Morel on one of those.
Yeah, why don't?
Yeah,
Yeah,
make a
Travis.
top account.
it's already been deleted. It's okay.
D&D Beyond isn't that great.
Well,
They're never gonna sponsor us now.
So
Oh no.
that's
Oh,
okay.
no.
We got reroll.
I'm
Reroll
also-
doesn't sponsor us.
I'm also very eager for some of your current characters to crop up as NPCs in the main campaign. It'll be a lot of fun.
Oh god.
Oh god, I love how
damn
much. Literally, like Julian's gonna go do investigator work, go home for the day, and it's like everyone's dead. The clinic is full.
The clinic is full of investigators.
Oh my god.
So
I'm gonna literally just be like, spare the dog, spare the dog, spare the dog, spare the dog.
I just can't wait for the
sobbing.
scenes where we meet one of our secondary characters as our primary characters, and somebody has to do 2 characters on the fly.
Yep, we'll
Oh,
all
like-
take a toilet cat break. You'll just have to roleplay by yourself for 15 minutes.
Oleg's gonna
Oh,
hate
dude, I welcome
Morel.
it. As someone
Hit
who
me
has
with
been a
it.
DM before, challenge
Yeah, it's
accepted.
awful.
Yeah,
By
I'll
the
talk
way,
to myself.
Don't forget that if you owe any debts, don't forget if you have 10,000 tings to pay Oleg with your ting.
I'm telling you,
no.
Logan, we need to get a voice thing. We need to get Travis to record like a voice cue, so every time it does it, we can be like, Be like just Oleg saying like thank you.
Well, no. I pointed out that anytime we do an Oleg impersonation, it's just like, yeah, I shoot them.
Thank you for
Yeah,
giving
I
me
pull out
the
my
money.
Travis has made fun of us numerous times.
I will not kill you on this day. Yes.
Well, because Travis, every time he does Oleg, he like pauses for a minute. He goes,
and he hesitates. Yeah. I love it. It's amazing.
And Travis is going to bed.
Kneecaps to
You
death.
can continue.
Travis does not appreciate this look into his nuanced character. Leave him alone.
Travis is fine. Travis just needs to hit the bed.
Why are you gonna hit your bed for?
Jesus. Before we finally depart, someone did something happens earlier, and I wanted to make a note of what it was. I had rolled a 17 or 18, and it was a foul smell fills the air. And if you recall, back in the fight, whenever Bob was about to take a shot and Roman did his horrific actions, there was a smell of salt water and fish in the air, like an aquarium.
Oh.
That was the foul smell that was determined.
Oh.
That is a very baby, meager version of what something happens could entail. But if you want to save up your teens, you can have a soap opera ending like we just did. And completely make our players hate themselves for what happens off screen. So on that note, there's no Shadows over Driftchapel this week. It's not picking up until March 12th because we have a friend who is moving across country, so wish him the best of luck.
Yeah, I love Drew.
Mostly wish him the best of luck because he's finally moving out of his parents' home. After
God,
having to move back.
I wish that was me.
Soon enough, bud.
Soon enough. I will be streaming some more Disco Elysium this week. I did not because I was streaming D&D this weekend, so I'll be doing some Disco Elysium this week. It was a lot of fun. I died almost immediately and then had to start a new game. Let me explain. The game starts with your investigator waking up from a hangover, and you have to find all of your articles of clothing. Seems easy,
Did you turn
right?
the light?
No! I created a character who had nothing in his strength and dexterity, and I reached up to grab my tie off of the ceiling fan, and I had a stroke and died.
I did the exact same thing.
I was so mad! Oh!
Oh, that's hilarious.
It's a super fun game if you enjoy that little retelling.
Have you tried getting good?
I started a new game, thank you, and I will
Logan,
be...
it said, the text says "bring it on," and that's my mindset most of the
Bring
time.
it on, do it. Yeah, I dare you.
And
I
then
like how
you
y'all
just
didn't think about turning. I literally just turned off the fan and grabbed the.
Fuck off,
tie.
Travis. Fuck off. So it's a super fun game. I'll be playing that later this week, probably midweek, Wednesday or Thursday afternoon-ish. So that'll be lots of fun. I did not die on my second playthrough, so we'll see what the story entails.
You made
And
it
then
to the end of clothing yourself.
I have clothes now.
Tight.
And then finally, of course, next Monday, we will be back with our main characters for Sharn Nights as they
At
pick
level
up
9, right?
after being do what?
At level 9, right?
Yes, they leveled up. They'll be level 9.
Oh, I was memeing.
Right.
Are you for
Oh,
real?
okay.
I
Oh,
feel like I
fuck.
did say that. Did I?
No,
not
you
say
didn't say that.
We'll talk
Did
about
not say
that
that.
afterward.
No, you already said the
Oh,
words.
it's done. You already
We'll
said
talk
it.
about it, because I have things I want to talk to you guys about afterward very quickly. Anyway, so
Oh, it's okay.
No, I do remember it because I remember at some point trying to decide whether or not I was going to stay warlock or take something else.
roll
Oh,
initiative.
I didn't
I'm just
remember.
kidding. Don't do that.
Gladly.
Likely they will be leveling up because it's
My
a-
initiative will be right in bed.
because in my notes and notes are superior to actual facts. In my notes, I have dubbed this Chapter 2 of Sharn Nights, so of course you will likely be leveling up. But I might do something a little bit different. We'll see. Anyway, we'll be picking back up next Monday with our regular Sharn Nights characters. You'll be seeing Oleg's beautiful tentacled beard. You'll be seeing Donovan's silver tongue. We'll see what Wendellin's doing.
Oh my.
As they
Friendship with Wendelin ended.
Yep. As they wade through the complex netting of being arrested and being interrogated by the FBI of Sharn. So next Monday, we will continue playing with those characters at the same Sharn time. Same Sharn
plays.
Hit it, Jacob.
Sharn, shooby doo dooby doo. Sharn,
He did it this time, guys.
shooby dooby
Did it.
doo.
Keep going, keep going. It's the solo section. You gotta.
Skip up,
There we go. Yep.
Sharn.
All right, sounds good.